if the Earth is flat, Pete,
Okay.
then there would be no measurable change in elevation. Q.
Okay.
Elevation is a measured change in the vertical axis, therefore not Q.
Therefore, Earth is not flat. And in maths, you can prove whatever you like. I'm saying it's not physics. That's all that I'm saying.
Yeah, so where does the proof of your flat Earth, where does that come into it?
You measure Earth as flat with a flat baseline to a ground position to start. You can also prove a flat Earth by measuring angles. How useful for proving a flat Earth? It's a measurement of a flat Earth. Okay, measuring things is not scientific. Yes, that's correct.
So what about the proof then, right? Does the proof of flat Earth that you have, does that lie within the bounds of science?
No.
I will get triggered now because this is dishonest prick.
Okay, measuring things is not scientific. Yes, that's correct.
Well, I was just wondering, when you were talking about proof of your flat Earth, is that the same proof as the proof that you were talking about with Jaren in science?
I answered the first 2 times. I said no. Twice. No.
I will
No.
get triggered now because this is
Measuring
dishonest prick.
things like a flat baseline to a ground position for stars, not scientific. That's a measurement. Science establishes
Should I
the
show you how
cause
it's
of an
possible,
effect.
mate?
That's the science we deal with. We deal with natural
By
science.
using scientific
And while
method,
the knowledge can be put on the cover of a book as the science
prove the Earth
of
is flat.
ground position for star, here we specifically deal with natural
Should I show you how
science.
it's possible,
That's
mate?
the scientific method.
by using
There's the
scientific
distinction.
method to prove the Earth is flat.
And I'll agree with you. In maths, you can prove things in the maths. The maths itself is an abstract language. Whereas physics, that's science and the scientific method, is dealing with the physical. It's the difference between science, physics, the physical, and maths, which
Should I
is
show
an
you how it's
abstract
possible,
language to describe things. Now, if you're saying you can prove things with maths, 1 + 1 = 2. Ground position. Proof. To start, and you were equal to, you've had 1 plus the other one. I can accept that that's proof. Ground position. Maths. To
No.
start. In physics, it isn't proof.
Should I show
Because
you
it
how it's
isn't
possible,
physics.
mate?
Physics is the
By
physical.
using scientific method to prove the Earth
Okay,
is
again,
flat.
I can use the scientific method to prove the Earth is flat. Not the Earth is flat because of scientific method. There's a difference. Shape is not science. But I can use method, the scientific method, to show that it is flat.
Ground position. To start.
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
I got your numbers, they're right here.
Yes, that's correct.
It's just as easy as 1, 2, 3.
Sphere, not see
You
thing.
have to open your mind.
Flat, I see thing.
Imagination is all you need.
You do know science is also
Don't
deductible.
take advice from fools.
That is a fact.
Everything that they say is in vain.
This is a flat Earth proof. Yes, that's correct.
Never take advice from fools. We all know what they do is in vain.
Should I show you how it's possible, mate? By using scientific
Yes,
method
that's correct.
to prove the Earth is flat.
An Earth was proved to be flat by these measurements.
So we would assert that that average is how average the level of level is. It's flat. There it is. That's how we use it. The deviation from that reference means it isn't flat.
Everything is relative to you.
I will get triggered now because this is dishonest
You
prick.
just have to say
Yes, that's correct.
generality.
It's a what is.
Just
Go.
like those straight lines of curves.
Means it isn't flat. Yes, that's correct.
Drive down the road, don't you
The
ever
elevation changes make the Earth not flat.
Third, then, it's a stupid argument. So this is a flat Earth proof.
all of this goes.
Don't report to FED or no one. I am my own person. I am my own person.
Yes, that's correct.
Everything that they say is in
By using scientific method to prove the Earth is flat.
Never take advice from fools.
To prove the Earth is flat.
That they do is in vain.
Don't report to FED or no one. I am my own person.
What's your observed phenomenon for a flat Earth?
Did I say flat Earth was my observed phenomena, or did I say I can use scientific method to prove it's flat? Huh.
Okay, what's your observed phenomenon? to prove that it's flat.
I see too far. How's that?
I know the game that you're playing,
You want to know, Jason?
and I know exactly what's on your mind.
Now I'm just letting the FED crew know
You
that
got your playbook, it's alright.
their lapdog needs more
Your
training
model dictates what you will find.
because you're an idiot.
And I don't know
Okay, what's your observed phenomena to prove that it's flat?
where all of this goes.
I see too far. How's that?
Don't take advice from fools.
Because you're an idiot.
Everything that they say is in vain.
I'm manipulating my position.
Never take advice from fools. We all know what they do is in vain.
Do I manipulate my position when I manipulate my position? Do I manipulate my position when I manipulate my position?
What does your position have to do with the shape of the Earth?
You have an angle towards this.
You can also prove a flat Earth by measuring angles.
Observe, which is
How
already too
useful
far
for
to
proving a
see.
flat Earth.
Now that is scientific fact. There's no real evidence for it, but it is scientific fact.
The rebuttal is actually a straw man. And that's, why I want to clarify, because I think that's worth pointing out, that the rebuttal was a straw man. Nowhere in the argument is the words level plane even mentioned. Topography is not mentioned. And it's only about the elevation change, which is a measured change on the vertical datum. There is no conflation between baseline and topography in the argument. It's just a simple if-then argument about elevation change. And obviously the Earth is not flat because of elevation change. That's what the argument is about. I mean, we can read it out, the entire if-then, again, if it's needed.
Give me one more time, just so I can hear it again. Sorry, say it one more time.
If the Earth is flat, P,
Okay.
then there would be no measurable change in elevation. Q.
Okay.
Elevation is a measured change in the vertical axis, therefore not Q.
Therefore, Earth is not flat.
But the refutation to the argument being that there is some sort of conflation going on between a baseline and topography is just a straw man, because that's not the case for anybody who actually reads the argument. That's my point.
Well, it's not an argument because you're convoluting the baseline from which you will measure, which is your mean sea level. You're convoluting that with the topology you're trying to measure. So it's not an argument. Just you're misusing words.
And me stating the fact that mean sea level is a point on a vertical datum and not a level plane is just a statement of fact. Mean sea level is not a level plane, it's simply a point on a vertical datum. That's all.
Yes, but it's not a level. You don't understand that. What you just said.
Stupid non-argument, you stupid bonehead!
Okay, again, I can use the scientific method to prove the Earth is flat. Not the Earth is flat because of scientific method. There's a difference. Shape is not science, but I can use the scientific method, to show that it is flat.
Why do we have to listen to this incessant verbal diarrhea with the verbatim repetition of it? Merge it!
Just be patient, guys. This happened before.
Well, I was just wondering, when you were talking about proof of your flat Earth, is that the same proof as the proof that you were talking about with Jaron in science?
I heard you the first two times. I said no. Twice.
You don't understand.
Earth is not flat.
You don't understand.
Earth is not flat.
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
Where's the science for a stationary Earth? Okay, way to demonstrate that you don't understand what science is without saying you don't understand what science is. Because science deals with cause and effect relationships. Though natural science, that's the study of the physical and natural world, is what we are dealing with here on Flat Earth Debate. Now that is exclusively the singular, scientific method. That is exclusively illuminating the cause of naturally occurring phenomena. So when you say, what's the science for stationary Earth?
Should I show you how it's possible, mate?
Okay. You're so used to being told that you can prove concrete nouns with science.
By using scientific method to prove the
Earth is flat.
Prove concrete nouns with science, do you expect us to adhere to that non-standard?
Not the Earth is flat.
Earth is not flat.
Don't understand.
Earth is not flat.
Not the Earth is flat.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn.
Because of scientific method. Shape is not science, but I can use the scientific method to prove the Earth is flat.
You can prove concrete nouns with science, do you expect us to adhere to that non-standard? It's not a cause and effect relationship that you're asking about. So when you say flat Earth,
Should I show you how it's possible, mate?
measuring things is not scientific. Yes, that's correct.
By using scientific method to prove the Earth is flat.
that's not something happening. That's not an occurrence. That's not a phenomenon. You're not going to get an IVDV relationship.
Do I manipulate my position when I manipulate
so
my
it's
position?
absurd to ask us for the science of flat Earth.
You can use method, the scientific method, to show that it is flat.
No, you can ask for the measurements of flat Earth, the geometry of flat Earth.
Okay, measuring things is not scientific. Yes, that's correct.
The practical application of flat Earth, you can ask for all those things and we can provide them.
You don't understand.
Earth is not flat.
Not the Earth is flat.
Don't understand.
Not the Earth is flat.
Earth is not flat.
It's not my problem if you don't want to
To
learn.
a ground position.
Just on your own.
But asking for the science of a concrete noun demonstrates you don't understand what science is.
To a ground position.
No reason.
To start.
No logic.
Ground
No
position.
wisdom.
To start.
No worries.
It's elucidating the cause of an effect, and the
You're
effect
just on your own.
exclusively natural. Only natural.
Does that lie within the bounds of science?
To question.
No. Ground position. To
You're just
start.
on your own.
So what about the proof then, right? Does the proof of flat Earth, does that lie within the bounds of science?
No.
Well, it's not an argument because you're convoluting the baseline from which you will measure, which is your mean sea level. You're convoluting that with the topology you're trying to measure. So it's not an argument. Just you're misusing words.
What does that have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Sphere, not see thing. Flat, I see thing. I will get triggered now because he's a dishonest prick. You can use the scientific method to prove it's flat. Flat itself is not a science. You want to know how I can use science to prove it's flat? Have you ever thought of that? How would you do it?
Was that your
proof.
Are you going to try and plug your shit on my channel?
No, I wouldn't want to do that.
Lost, if you're telling me you're going, I didn't thank you in return, you noticed.
Yeah. Keep watching Nathan Oakley. And we are... Oh, I'm going to have to get that soundboard sorted out for that, aren't I? Welcome, everyone. It is it's a Monday, isn't it? Don't know what we've got going on, but I've titled it, How Did We Get Here? I think I've done that before, but I never actually really got round to it. Seemed like it was alright. Worked last time. Give everybody a chance to have their voice. Oh wow, weather's just kicked off.
It's a great question, by the way. How did
pardon?
we get here?
Yeah.
It's a great question, by the way.
We were sort of going over it the other day, and I don't know whether people actually got the... I mean, because there's multiple ways you can say, right? For start off, it's like, how did you get on this conspiracy theory train or whatever to get here, right? So there's that backstory, but the particular thing that I want to get on about is how did we get here, right? That's both the people listening and the people in the chat, to let people know that, you know, this is it's a strange journey to come on, to be able to do the talky thing, chatting about stuff, because it's hard to put yourself out there for, you know, being able to ask the questions of people and all of that sort of stuff. I hope there's going to be some lightning. Get me lad out. Some pictures. Yeah, sounds great out there. So, I guess I'll start off with me, right? I was noticing that there was a really weird change going on. Started off with me. So I hit the Twitter to work out what it was. Now I'm still on Twitter, and my Twitter persona is literally just to get to talk to the people that I wanted to talk to. I've not tried pushing and promoting anything other than this place on Twitter, and it's only ever really been to get to talk to people that I wanted to talk to. So with no idea about promotion or anything, I set up a character called Try Thinking to remind me to try thinking about my kids and what we're going to end up leaving for them. Because, I mean, I was just living life, just not realising anything, just going through life. But then realised that it was about the time when the whole Brexit thing was going off. And that ended up with us being, I don't know, what you call it, sort of trying to work out what was going on, and knowing that my lad has a little bit of autism, that how dangerous it can be to tell lies. I suppose that's a bit wrong. Hand people now, we've learned, they're called paralogisms. Hand people this idea of just a statement that you say that they take on as a truth. Now, I know that children are prone to that sort of thing, taking on the words of the elders, particularly teachers at schools and all of that, and knowing that, you know, on benefits, public school system, at some point my son was going to leave that, and I was going to be left with some sort of a task to undo whatever's been done. Now, I didn't know what was done. I quite relished challenge. So this, the idea of this was for me to learn, to start try thinking about how to develop the further, you know, the adult life of both myself and my children. So I went in to find some trolls on Twitter and found that there was this community of people who claimed that they had all sorts of proofs and stuff, and they started ridiculing this other group of people. Initially, it was the atheists that were ridiculing Christians, mainly. But then within that, I found that I ended up just stating a few things, you know, in defense of certain people, only to be found out that I became public enemy number one to this certain group of people. The flat earth fighters, let's say, mentioning no names. But there's quite a few different characters around that time. Jesse Kozlowski, and Jesse Kozlowski led to the main surveyor. That was another one that came along. Slice Bar Kane, he was doing some tests about bending water level. And I was told by this group of people that level was by no means horizontal. So I needed to be able to talk to someone because it was strange and confusing to me coming at it from, you know, this strange place. And then a lot of people said something about Eric DeBay. I've still never watched any of that videos of Eric DeBay. Don't like his voice. Sounds like a mind control expert. So I got here into Discord because Discord was the only place where you can initially hear people talking about these sort of things. It was on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Now that's a strange place, and anyone who wants to go there and try and but it's a clicky group, and it's pretty much the same sort of thing that I was experiencing on Twitter, because I'd spent about 2 years on Twitter talking to these people, trying to work my way in, trying to ask questions, and always getting deflected and thinking, I need to talk to people about this. It's just not good enough. You know, typing things in text chat. That's not how you communicate. I need to go and actually talk to people or listen to them, experience it one-to-one. I need to talk to people to get to know whether they're telling the truth or not, because literally the conversations on Twitter would, well, I guess you know what, any text conversation goes round and round in circles. But then when I made it in here, went to the Flat Earth 24/7, that's where I met you know, like quite a few people that we still know from here now. There's a few of the regulars, but that soon became, I don't know, it showed itself as fake as really the Twitter sort of stuff was. You don't want to be jumping from one place to the other. And then ever since then we've been finding our way and saying to a lot of people, you know, this is what you need to do and this is what should be done. And we've found ourselves in a different place completely than any one of these other particular flat earth discussion things. It's never been about that. It's just always been about the reality. And I've really enjoyed the, you know, meeting people and having the discussions that we have. But I can't do that. Can't do the flat earth stuff anymore. It's so 2016. It's so old. Nothing's ever changed in it. Nothing ever will change in it either. It's pretty obvious that the earth actually isn't flat. Good day. Who's that, Rob?
I come with an argument.
Okay.
There's new people coming into this topic every day. Sometimes we got to go over the old shit.
Well, that's what I'm going to be doing. Like, literally, when I first came into this, I was after Jesse Kozlowski. Had one conversation with him, and we sort of got swept away with whatever happens in this arena. There's a lot of obfuscation and deflection in all of this that a lot of people find happens naturally. But if you're after conversation, there's certain rules you have to abide by. Otherwise, they don't allow the conversation. So, I mean, we're here for the conversation. And it does get a little bit. We are sort of specialised here, if you will. But
was that? Can I just ask? Was that your argument, Rob? That we have to go back to, or did you actually have an argument? Like an if-then argument? I just want to make sure.
You got me. It was just that.
Okay.
It wasn't
Fair enough.
It wasn't actually an argument, but I like to make an entrance.
Yes, you do. That's fair enough too.
Okay, and yeah, have a look in the live chat there, Rob. So if you want to, surface of a fluid at rest is a horizontal plane. There's my evidence. What have you got?
Sorry, hit the wrong button.
And I will say this while Rob's looking at that. For me, it starts with the whole idea of looking at flat Earth, if you want to look at flat Earth, or quite honestly anything else. Thanks to the time spent in this server, anyway. To me, I now approach just about every topic that my brain wants to entertain with, is this something you can know? And I really mean no. Like, is this something that can be proven to yourself, brain? Right? I'm speaking to myself, either by virtue of something that you've done or something that you can do and that you can actually know. And if the answer to that question is yes, then I will entertain it and I'll have a discussion about it. If the answer to that is no, then I can still have a discussion about it, but it in the end it won't matter to me. This is just me personally. Right? It doesn't really matter. This whole idea about what the thing is that we all live on in its entirety, whatever that thing is that most people incorrectly call Earth, very incorrectly call Earth, because I think that's just a wizard word that's used to confuse the matter. But if you want to say world, physical world in its entirety, whatever you call that, you can't know it. There's no way to know it. So talk about it if you like. And these places that Bev just mentioned do ad nauseum, spin around in circles and circles, do the Coriolis. That kind of goes with that, pun intended. Just go through all of that. It's fine. Entertain it. But in the end, it won't matter because it doesn't matter because you can't know it. That's me personally. That's kind of my take on it.
Thanks, Kevin. Can I respond to Bev now?
Yeah.
I'm going to start with a question. What is the difference between a fluid and a liquid?
None. A liquid is a
Really?
fluid.
Why don't we just call water fluid water instead of liquid water? Fluid is what it does.
Because air is fluid water.
Liquid is what it is. No. What I mean is, as far as my understanding, liquid is what it is. Fluid is what it does. Liquid is what it is. Fluid is what it does. That's my understanding. I could be wrong. I would need to be looking into it a little deeper. But I was, as far as I was concerned, there was a difference because gases can be fluid, but gases are not liquid.
You mean fluid like flowing?
Yes.
For me, it is plausible, but I don't know origin of this word, in fact, so that would be my guess also, but only guess.
Yeah, well, wouldn't that be the same?
Or similar, yeah, similar.
Similar, but like I said, I think fluid is what the liquid does. It's sort of like flow. It has a fluidity to it.
Well, would air not do that through a...
Yeah, but air never rests, so it couldn't be at rest. But the air molecules, I get that water molecules are always moving too, but you can see that water will rest.
Well, if you get a heavy gas, then the fluid, the layers of that would be on a horizontal plane. The separation.
Yeah, I kind of follow. I was pretty sure they were two different things. That's
I was thinking like for a Fata Morgana or whatever. Then those would be fluid at rest, or
I would say that
horizontal plane. Anyway, that's the idea.
definitely the beginnings of a good conversation. I'll give you that.
I think that gases are going to mix together. So in nature, they will not separate. They will not create layers separated from each other because they are always going to equalize with themselves. So, for example, if you have air, less dense air because it's hot, and more dense air because it's cold, they will eventually mix and create average. So I would say that in that manner, gases will not be at rest, because if sun is making temperature higher, it causes automatically gas to move. And as sun is moving, the air has to move also. So I would say that it will never be at rest. I think.
The difference between a fluid and a liquid. I think we could say that a liquid is also a fluid. It's a, what would you say, genus and...
Yeah, I would say that, yes, that we can say that fluid is liquid and gas. So that would be genus for species, let's say. I see things in that manner. I think that solid, liquid, and gas is just state of matter, or density, if you will.
Yeah, well, it says there, if two fluids that do not mix meet in a bent tube, the altitudes of their surfaces above the horizontal plane in which they meet are inversely as their densities. So you could say that the air and the water meet. In the tube. Both fluids, two fluids that don't mix. The air and the water.
I would say the air and the water both have fluid movement, but only one is a liquid.
Yeah, they're both fluids. It doesn't say liquid. It doesn't need to say liquid, does it? Two fluids that do not mix meet in a bent tube.
All right, maybe I might be wrong. I don't think fluid is like, you can say lighter fluid, like, and it's a liquid. Like, that's what I would say. But I wouldn't call lighter fluid. I don't know. Maybe I'm confused.
I'm just going off the elements of hydrostatics. It says here, fluid is a body which can be divided in any direction and the parts of which can be moved among one another by any assignable force. Elastic fluids are those the dimensions of which are increased or diminished when the pressure upon them is diminished or increased. Non-elastic fluids are those the dimensions of which are independent of the pressure.
I would say that this is practical description. Solid objects have some rigidity. So solid object is also rigid object in some sense, at least. And water is fluid because it will not resist. It has no rigidity to resist by itself. And so air. But solid object is solid matter, let's say, can resist motion of other object because of its rigidity. For example, bookshelf is rigid, and that's why it can keep book on the shelf, and this book is not going down. Not because the wood is so strong, but it has rigidity. That's why this rigidity keeps book on the shelf. Not so it is strong because of rigidity, not because of material, let's say.
Yeah. Let's say, Rob, we've got a syringe filled with air. Would you say that fluid within that thing is at rest? Because I think you said you had a problem with the gas.
Well, yeah, gas is being I guess if you want to talk about the molecules, like the molecules are all bouncing around, but the molecules are all bouncing around in water that's at rest too. So I understand where you're coming from, but the gas is always banding, I guess, to fill its container. So if you took the container away, the gas would start moving again, but so would the water.
Mm-hmm.
I understand the dilemma.
I think it's like it's saying the similarity of them, and they act in the same way as far as hydrostatics would be involved. You know, like if you fill a container and put like a piston on the top of it, then the fluid within the container would be at rest. Because it would be contained for bearing of all sorts of pressures and stuff like that. I think that's what we're dealing with. Oh, that's what we're going to be dealing with anyway, because stepping it up to the next level. But I mean, it's not just geometry, but in order for you to apply geometric reasoning to reality, you have to have a basis to start off somewhere. And since the flat earthers are saying that, I don't know, arguments. Did anybody hear that Nathan Oakley, the best arguments for flat earth? I should have really listened to it, because I don't know what they were, and I don't know whether they were actual arguments either. I feel a bit have a close relationship with logic and arguments now. And since Nathan Oakley dismissed the argument that the Earth's not flat, well, we could certainly work on that. I've got an old clip of QE, and he was talking about the best arguments that the flat earth have. I don't know whether they've changed or not. We might be able to go back and have a look at that. Did anybody see any of that? I'm not so sure anybody will have done. Okay, I'll go over the fluids. It's probably a better one for us to be keeping in here, to be honest, to start off with. People seem to get a little bit triggered about how we prove things. But just be sure that proving horizontal in reality does not prove that the Earth's flat. Only crazy flat earthers say that. It's a non sequitur link between the two. Although you can make it certain arguments. I don't know. I'd be interested to see how well he managed to.
I'm not one of the crazy ones.
Did you watch that one from Nathan Oakley the other day? I don't know how.
No, I think I missed it.
I titled it "The Best Arguments for Flat Earth." It seems as though, right, that.
Hey, thanks for putting the word crazy at the beginning of that.
It seems like there's the elements, like breaking down first principles sort of stuff. That's the stuff that's disappeared. Can I read this? I will read this. And I'm going to read this, and I want you to tell me who this sounds like, right? Okay. Atheism is so senseless and odious to mankind that it never had many professors. Can it be by accident that all birds, beasts, and men have their right side and left side alike shaped, except in their bowels, and just 2 eyes and no more on either side of the face, and just 2 ears on either side of the head, and a nose with 2 holes and no more between the eyes, and 1 mouth under the nose, either 2 forelegs or 2 wings, or 2 arms on the shoulders and 2 legs on the hips, 1 on either side and no more? Whence arises this uniformity in all their outward shapes, but from the counsel and contrivance of an author? Whence it is the eyes of all sorts of living creatures are transparent to the very bottom, and the only transparent members in the body having on the outside a hard transparent skin, and within transparent joices with crystalline lens in the middle and a pupil before the lens, all of them so truly shaped and fitted for vision that no artist can mend them. Did blind chance know that there was light, and what it was, what was its refraction, and fit the eyes of all creatures after the most curious manner to make use of it? These and such like considerations always have and ever will prevail with mankind to believe that there is a being who made all things and has all things in his power, and who is therefore to be feared. Anyone idea who said that?
My guess would be Darwin.
Yeah, Darwin came a little bit later. This guy was before him.
Sound like Darwin to me.
Why Darwin?
Darwin actually, there is writings from Darwin that says that he did believe in a creator, and it was the human eye that convinced him of that.
Yeah, I've heard that as well. This is Newton. This is Newton's argument against atheism.
Interesting.
Thanks, Newton.
Yeah. He was the man.
I would say that he was not the first who came to that conclusion.
Yeah. It was interesting, though, reading the thing, because the comments underneath all of that sort of stuff was, well, that was before Darwin. If he'd have heard of Darwin, then he would have changed his mind. I'm not too sure. But I mean, again, you couldn't tell. But a lot of people do go to that. And even if you say that Darwin also said similar sort of things. Did you see this as well? The first ever calculus textbook published in 1696 by Guillaume de l'Hospital, following lectures given to him by Leibniz. And then it's got the French name, Analysis des infinitement petite pour l'intelligence des lignes covered. It says analysis of the infinitely small to understand curved lines. Infinitely small to understand curved lines. Calculus.
Sounds like sophistry.
Yes, so small that seems straight but not straight, or
it's a
vice
point,
versa.
isn't it? It's like they keep saying, it's the curve at the point. It has to be a straight line, but they can make it infinitely small and pretend it's a curve. Evening FPV. Yes, they have. They've been devolving. I don't know whether you can say that. You have to have evolving, don't you, to have devolving? You sure about that? Lowering the intelligence, let's say.
Yeah, opposition of evolving would be devolving, I think.
Yeah, but it's one of those ones, isn't it? If you say devolving, then you're implying evolving. I don't know. Not too sure about that.
You are implying as opposition. Yeah. Like opening and closing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Making absurdities is what we all do. I believe the blue marble scientific method is allowing for all of those absurdities that they have to have. Making people look away from those absurdities because they're too much for the mind to take in. Only as a joke, and then once you make fun of it, it seems absurd, but not to the people that take on the absurdities. It's a very weird arena that we're in, and the modern times have left us in a right state. It's going to be really tough, I think. Tough times coming. Not just money tough. You can invent all sorts of stuff.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm very quiet though. Let me see if I can turn you up a little bit.
Is it?
Yeah. Here you go.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, good.
Is that better?
Yeah. I've turned you up a little bit.
Oh, cool. I'm the new guy.
Yeah.
Air the Bear.
Welcome.
So I've been doing my homework and looking back at some of your videos and chats and things. And so I listened to you with PhD Tony and the argument about horizontals and perpendiculars and parallel lines. And I think he said something like you're talking about a 9-mile square, trying to create a horizontal with, say, like an ordo level, and how far could you go? And he seemed to be saying that the divergence from parallel from a globe point of view couldn't be seen in very short distances, and seemed to say that it couldn't be seen over this 9 square miles even. That it was curving, but it was imperceptible. You couldn't see it. And then listening to Blue Marble, what was it called? 2 arguments. You remember that one?
Yeah,
The
the
Blue
debate.
Marble. I mean, yeah. And it was a similar thing. And you got down to like 2 centimeters. Is 2 centimeters a horizontal? And his argument is that there's only one plumb line that's parallel to the horizontal. You say there's, all parallels are perpendicular to the horizontal along the horizontal plane, but he says but only one plumb line is horizontal because it's a radian from on a sphere. And so I wondered about how I mean the point of the proof is proving about where those things diverge. So like he's talking about Blackpool's tower. How much does that diverge from, say, Big Ben or the Eiffel Tower? Has any tests been done like that to disprove the idea that if you set up your ordo level right at this point and you get a horizontal, the position it's on, because you set it as a horizontal, is the autopilot the order level is vertical. Is that correct?
Well, the auto level only establishes a horizontal plane, so it'll never measure any angles.
No,
so
but
unless you can
it itself, the auto level itself. I mean, the plumb line of the auto level is a. I mean, I haven't used one, but I'm I'm imagining what's going on. So I guess if you've either got a bubble, to make a horizontal. I mean, how you are sure you get a horizontal when you set it up, because there's all this talk. I hear talk that you create the plumb line on the auto level or whatever creates that plumb to make the horizontal. Is there such a thing?
Well, it's got like a prism mirror array inside it to make the horizontal. Gets calibrated at the place. So if you want to imagine there's a plumb bob there, guess you can, but I mean there isn't. It's a level.
Well, if you have that horizontal, if you've not created, but you form a horizontal through the order level, and if there's a perpendicular to that,
well, yeah,
even if it's
we
not
said
a
that to
physical
Nathan
thing on the
Oakley and
auto
Flatside.
level,
Yeah, there's you can make a
yeah, yeah.
perpendicular
So
anywhere. You would make the perpendicular with the measuring rod in the distance, not not at the auto level.
so isn't it true if the auto level is, I mean, in the site there's a horizontal line that's horizontal. Does that mean the actual auto level itself is horizontal, perpendicular to that horizontal line?
The
mechanical,
auto,
I mean, when you an auto level, to get that horizontal, how do you get that horizontal? Do you have to relate it to a plumb line, a perpendicular, or not?
you'd only put a plumb bob there if you were trying to position it over a certain point.
How do you know you got that? So are you leveling it to the horizon or something? Then that horizontal line
It's a thing
in
called
the
a
site.
two-peg test. It's like a geometric procedure for you to establish that it is set up and calibrated, still within calibration, to establish the horizontal. But that, again, that's due to you taking the measuring rod, at a distance away from the auto level.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand about establishing the level through the site to the stick. But I was picturing that what Blue Marble was saying. So you're only achieving a horizontal from the point of your auto level, and if you move 2 inches or an inch or 10 feet away, you then create another perpendicular or a gravitational perpendicular that is towards the center of the earth, so it won't be parallel to the position you were 2 feet away. I mean, that's his model and his perception.
Yeah, you'd have to be able to
So if
prove
you had,
horizontals intersecting with each other then. Equipotential angle of adjustment is necessary within the model and within what Blue Marble's talking about.
Yeah. I don't understand potential blah blah at the moment. I'll get there. No, it's just a picture, because some of the time I think, are you arguing strictly geometry, or whether that's related to, I mean, because often you say, well, why did you bring up the Earth for, or the shape of the Earth, And it seems that often the arguments are between you stating a Euclidean fact, and then the other side seems to relate it to the shape of the Earth, and then it all gets lost.
Yeah, I'd say have a
and
look
it's like,
in
how can you
live
argue?
chat right now.
in on YouTube?
Yeah, or in Discord.
Hang on. Yeah, I'm not arguing for it. I just wondered that, from like,
trying to
sorry,
show
I'll
you.
find it. Okay.
This is how you check.
Oh, okay.
For so your first setup is right in the center of these two measuring rods, and you measure the distance on them. Right, you measure the number that you get on both of them. Remember that number. Then you move the auto level to a different place that's slightly closer to one of the poles, and then you measure the same two rods again. It's called the two peg test because those are the two pegs that you're checking, and you check the difference between them to work out whether it's still providing a horizontal. Now, what Blue Marble's saying is that those wouldn't be the same horizontal, but yet the check is to find out whether they're parallel. right? And then you know it's still in calibration. But what Blue Marble and all of these other people say is that that couldn't happen. You know, that particular process is impossible on the globe, yet that's the standard check for making sure that your tool is within calibration every time you get it out.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand that. I think, you know, listening to him today was that the audio level itself, somehow he perceives that there's a plumb line from there to the center of the earth, and the horizontal that you achieve in the audio level is perpendicular to that point. And if you move a foot away, you create another plumb line, parallel plumb line to the center of the earth again, and then you set up another horizontal that's in relation to that radian. And then if you move another 10 feet away, it'll be different because he's saying the earth is curved. So all of those are
so the horizontals
relative to their
cannot be
they're
parallel.
relative. Oh, well, according to that, no, of course not. But I wondered, you know, that argument, you know, only exists if you can prove that the Blackpool Tower is diverging from another building some distance away.
No. See, because you're dealing with verticals there. The auto level doesn't deal with verticals. That's why Blue Marble wants you to believe there's a vertical there somewhere. The only vertical is the measuring rod, not at the auto level, at each end.
Yeah.
Right, so Blue Marble wants there
Oh,
to
I
be only
understand that.
one, yet there are two.
Yeah.
And there are two perpendiculars to that thing, and they would both be called vertical in reality. But because of this arena, they've developed this idea that they can do a mind trick on you and allow you to believe that it's all about the vertical in the center, not the vertical at each end. You know, the way that you actually check the tool for being horizontal. This is the way that all of these things have been done for quite a while by people like Jesse Kozlowski, the main surveyor, Larry Scott, George, God rest his soul. They've convinced everybody that it's all to do with an angle. Like a theodolite is more accurate, they say. It's the most accurate tool, whereas we're talking about levels providing a horizontal. The only vertical is the measuring rod. And that's at each end, which is the place where they can't have the horizontal being perpendicular and then both being vertical.
But isn't there contention, if it's spherical, that Blackpool Tower is divergent from another building 100 miles away, if it's a sphere?
Blue Marble says that's a globe.
Yes, that's what I mean. I know that. What I wondered was, has there been any test, or is there a test to prove or disprove that? Because his contention, like when you're talking, those buildings are level to the point they are on the earth, but they're not level, or they're not on the same horizontal as or even a parallel horizontal.
Yeah, Blue Marble's in the chat now. He says that's the test to prove that they're not. Blue Marble says that graphic there shows that those aren't, the horizontals aren't parallel. So that's a globe. That's
I kind of got what he said. Well, you know, you're saying, well, you establish a horizontal, and all perpendiculars on any line of that horizontal are parallel. And he said no, only one gravitational plumb line, or whatever the term is, was parallel to that was perpendicular to that horizontal, and none of the others were. Because his contention is that the one point that is pointing to the center of the Earth is the one that crosses that line at 90 degrees, and 2 inches from that one is another perpendicular coming from a perpendicular a line coming from a radian coming from the center of the Earth that will form its own horizontal line perpendicular to that, which has no relation to the one. No, I don't think it can. And well, no, it can't, and it can't unless it is a globe in that argument. So
But
I
then
was
if
thinking,
it is a globe, then
how do
horizontals
you prove
cannot
what
be
this?
parallel.
Well, in his mind, it's only on a point.
No. You've just said it. If there's a center, then horizontals cannot be parallel. Not the fact that there can't be a horizontal, it's the fact that horizontals cannot be parallel. And if horizontals cannot be parallel, then they must meet and form an angle. That angle we call the equipotential angle of adjustment. Now, you won't have ever heard of it because it doesn't exist. The horizontals don't meet each other to form an angle, right?
Yeah. If he drops a plumb line, he says he drops a plumb line, and it's with gravity, is pointing at the center of the Earth in his paradigm, and in order for that to have a perpendicular, a horizontal perpendicular, it only exists with that one vertical. And I guess there could be parallel horizontals to that point. But if you move 2 inches to the right or left, there's a deflection from that because you have another radian from the center of the Earth that creates its own perpendicular horizontal that has no relation to the 1 2 inches the other way.
What do you mean it has
or
no
right
relation to it?
from.
It must intersect.
No, this is how
making an angle.
This is how. Yeah, but this is how I pictured his argument. I'm not arguing for it.
No, I'm not saying that.
I can understand.
I'm just pointing out to you that if they're not if they're not parallel, then they must intersect. And if they do intersect, then you can place an angle measuring, start on the horizontal and move to the other horizontal, forming an angle.
I guess, I was picturing the horizontal he's talking about to the perpendicular that goes to the center of the Earth is like a tangent, a flat line on the curve. And so there would be horizontals to that horizontal. But if you go 2 inches away or 10 miles away, and you drop another plumb line that is supposedly pointing to gravity, the horizontal perpendicular to that will bear no relation. It won't be parallel with the horizontal that was previously 10 miles, the first, 100 miles.
We do know that, right?
You know what I mean?
We do know that, but it's just that we have an argument that states all horizontals are parallel. So if Blue Marble wants to make an argument against that particular statement, rather than saying it's a straw man or there's some sort of terms, there's something wrong with the premise or whatever, he could come up with a way of measuring the equipotential angle of adjustment and saying, there you go. Because if you're saying that, right, you obviously can't measure the divergence of verticals because the angle would need to be measured at the apex, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
And with vertical, where's that? place you can't get to, right? The monad. Can't
At
get
the
there.
top, you mean? Mm.
So you can only ever measure the equipotential angle of adjustment on verticals. And it just so happens that Jesse Kozlowski started drawing the diagrams to show us that. I've got a thing, you know, Rob, I put that thing in a bit earlier. Well, here's this other one. Listen to this. When a fluid acted on by gravity is at rest, the pressures are equal at all points in the same horizontal plane. So is that what Blue was talking about? Or was Blue saying that the horizontals horizontal plane equal pressures? Because that would make a water level equal pressures, wouldn't it?
Yes, equal pressure at both ends.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It would be a way to scientifically check what Blue Marble's talking about. But Blue Marble wants to do the centre, to the centre, thinking of the monad. He always thinks of the monad. A lot of people have been infected by that centre perception in the mind. Almost like as though it's a religion.
Well, on my... Yeah, it is. Because on my short journey, really, it's kind of short in comparison to yours, but I've come to see that there's just an impasse with all these subjects, just a nah at the end. Nobody's moving, they're arguing over stupid points and things like that. So, you know, this was another one I thought today and thought, well, if Blackpool Tower is diverging from another building 100 miles away that would prove a sphere, has that been proven? Is there a test for that? Or maybe it's already been done. This is my question. Has that already been done? That was my thought. Well, then that ought to be testable if that's so. If these all verticals are actually diverging and they are not parallel.
There's
if they come from the center of the Earth in a spherical, model.
You create a
Does
paradox.
that make sense?
The moment you step out of reality, you create a paradox in the mind. We call them model-induced paradoxes, right? This is one of them. And it's a little bit complicated to explain, but I suppose it would be easier to explain it with the water level.
Those buildings are not reality then?
Well, you can't do verticals, can you?
Reality.
You can't measure the verticals diverging, because the only place you'd be able to measure it is where you measure an angle. And where would you have to be to measure an angle for verticals?
Okay.
At the centre,
Yeah.
right? You can't get there.
Yeah.
So verticals are out of the question. You've got no way of measuring diverging verticals. It's impossible. So you've got to think,
okay.
How would you do it if you can't measure the verticals diverging? You'd need to be able to measure the horizontals intersecting, because that's where the angle would be measured.
Yes, of course.
But you throw up problems, as we've tried to explain to people, because you've got a water level, right? Now, try and keep the monad out of this, but there's 2 points, point A and point B, at each end of a water level. Now, that tool establishes a horizontal plane of reference. So both an equal altitude as well, even, they're both the same, one neither higher nor lower than the other. But if that's a body of water and it's a horizontal plane, then it's a hydrostatic fluid in the state of in the state of rest, called a horizontal plane. Blue, they can't. You still don't understand this, Blue. Come on in and have a chat if you want to be able to do this. But I'm telling you, it's impossible to measure verticals diverging. Can't be done. You'd either have to measure a distance and prove that the distance increases, which sounds fucking ridiculous, because there's not enough room for extra space to be added. Or you'd have to measure the intersection of horizontals, in which case you could prove that horizontals weren't parallel, Blue, but you can't, because all horizontals are parallel wherever you are. We've had this argument on lockdown for quite a long time. But back to the A and B. Right now, Blue Marble says that line from A to B cannot be a horizontal. You can't have one horizontal from one end of a water level to the other, even though it's just 2 points at an equal altitude. You can't draw a line straight between the two of them and say that's horizontal. But so what he has to do is he has to slope the horizontals somehow. Which makes the center one higher. Let me see if I can, I'll see if I can find some pictures. This is like really old. I'm surprised
there is somewhere
in here.
There is somewhere this water level with the midpoint or whatever. So.
Oh yeah, Blue Marble and the water level. Yeah. Blue even went to the
I understand your
picture. He did it on Jesse Kozlowski's bridge. Here we go. There you go. That's it. That's what Blue Marble says for a water level. Even better. So he's got the center one being higher. Or two different horizontals. It's up to you which one. You get 3 different horizontals if you add a center one. Because you've got a horizontal between the 2 outside ones, and then from the left one to the center and from the right to the center. Which is impossible, because that's 3 different horizontals in between 2 points. Which is definitely impossible. But, I mean, it's a globe proof. It's a dogmatic globe proof.
Yeah, that's good. That kind of, yeah. I see that the nuance of that argument. But, I mean, I can see what he's trying to say. It sounds impossible to me too.
Yeah.
But, yeah. Thanks.
But
For, that's cool. That's cleared something up in my mind.
It's not impossible to a globe mind, because it has to be. But what you do is...
no, sure. But
it means you have to diminish the horizontal to a point. Horizontal lines, planes, disappear completely. That's why Blue Marble wants to try and give you that vertical. at
Yeah,
a
that's
point.
exactly how I saw it. That
Mm.
it's horizontal at a point, and that's it. And the next point along has its own horizontal, and none of them relate to each other. And there's no horizontals really. I mean, relating to 1, 2 inches away, or a foot away, or 100 miles away. They're all, there's that millions of them.
But
like he says, there's
differential leveling for measuring elevation changes relies on the fact that horizontals are parallel. Despite the fact that, that all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon in every dictionary. And the fact that if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then they necessarily must be parallel to each other. But we do have
his
Blue
argument
Marble,
of the
stupid.
Yeah, I mean, his argument of the elevation profile was that the baseline was just a graph. It didn't depict, it didn't show, it was actually curved, he was saying. And that all those horizontals on the canal were actually curved. They weren't horizontal, which is madness, really. And the same as, as if you go to the Bedford Canals and you shine a laser along it, that halfway along it's going through the water. It's equally ridiculous ideas.
Yeah, have you ever seen
I just wondered,
Lake
I was
Pontchartrain? You heard of that?
Yes.
Well, this is in the live chat. There is the Blue Marble Science, and he's took this from Jesse Kozlowski. So you've got one point at one end, and the other point at the other end, and then you've got a straight line between the two. You call that one horizontal, but he has a hump. We call that the hump.
Yeah. Sajita.
But the problem becomes, right, once you've got these two, you have to have point A being below, because water level is meant to drop from horizontal. So you've got to have point A being below point B and point B being below point A. It's the simultaneous below. It's impossible. Like the model-induced paradoxes that come from you stepping away from reality is what the globers, dogmatic globers, have to deal with every day. And it's hardly surprising that they don't want the geometric argument coming out. They want people like Nathan Oakley shouting, horizontals prove flat Earth, because that's much easier to argue against. What we're talking about is like arguments from reality and pointing out the contradictions.
Yeah.
Yeah, that hump in the middle of that Lake Pontchartrain's 90 foot. And do you know what? Like, because we've got that fluid acted upon by gravity is at rest, the pressures are equal at all points in the same horizontal plane. That means that the horizontal plane would go from one end to the other. And then you'd have a 90-foot negative pressure state in the center, which is more than impossible. But it seems like the Blue Marble scientists don't really want to apply any reality mechanics, fluid mechanics. They don't want to call it science, if you will. Call it natural science. There's definitely no logic employed in any of what they do.
And this is sort of pulls into the opening question of, why we're here. This is a journey, been a journey of, well, if that's not true, is there a truth? Is there, what is true? What is real? That's what led me here. Because I heard you talking to people and I thought, wow, that sounds more true than something else, but I won't take it on faith. I have to kind of look at it. So this is pushing me into swatting up and getting sharp on maths and understanding these terms to work out for myself if it's, for me, it's true. What is true and what truth I can make of reality. Because it's all thrown out the window now. Let go of one belief system, even though I didn't believe in it, consciously every minute of the day. But you go to the horizon, and there appears a whole set of subconscious stories that go with that line out there in the distance. That I didn't consciously learn, and a lot of people don't consciously learn. They just come by way of conditioning and education and dropping a little picture in here and there on a movie or a cartoon or whatever that has conditioned, subconsciously conditioned some people. So kind of letting go of that, it's very easy to just grab hold of another belief and say, yeah, that must be true. This guy sounds cool. Let's follow this. And without really knowing anything about it, not looking at it, not learning anything for real. So that's kind of been my thing, to try and find that, and sort of been on that journey of came across the flat earth, looked at what the argument was and thought, wow, yeah, made me think about the globe or my reality, given that was an assumption of the globe. It didn't matter to my life much, but that was the question. And then wondering whether these questions of the flat earth were valid, and find that actually there's very little evidence of that at all. It just seems to be based on an argument of whether the globe is true or not, or can we disprove the globe? And nobody can go to the extremities or high enough up to say, oh, this is where it is. We've only got our local experience to work on. And then there's this big argument about it and proof of this and that and the other. So it was really enlightening to hear your stuff, and that's where I'm here. Just
it's easy to disprove
on the next part of the journey.
Yeah, easy to
Yeah.
disprove things.
Yeah.
Actually proving something positive that's the difficult thing. And I think that's why a lot of people shy away from saying that there are proofs, because for one, they don't understand that a negative within a true dichotomy, you can have a negative proof. If you prove the falsitivity of something, then you are proving something. But in order to prove something positively, there's never going to be that for either the flat earth or the globe. It's just not going to happen. They can't do it. They never will be able to do it. It does say there, the surface of BPC is a plane. The pressures are all perpendicular to BPC and consequently parallel to each other. That's the pressures within fluids, as in Lake Pontchartrain. And if there's a horizontal plane that has equal pressures within hydrostatics, then blue marbles fact. But they always have been. They've developed an argument to allow people to believe things, like, because blue marble got you with the vertical at the center. It's just that the consequences of that they're as dire, really, as the consequences of the perpendicular argument to anyone that employs a monad within that argument. But there will be the defenders, because they won't know what they're defending. And I guess I'm trying to warn people of this I don't know, mind games that are going to be played. And they have been being played, and they will continue to be played within this arena. Because we, like, if the idea is that Bacon made new science where they took out deductive logic process and made everything inductive, and because of that process, within new science, capital S, there's no proof anymore because they took out this deductive logical process out of science. Well, that means that the natural science had already been established. They already knew everything. There was no more progress to be done. And yet they've opened it up to no proof, and look at where we've got. Look at what's happened.
I mean, you're warning to people. Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
I just don't think on this journey and this arena you talk about, they're not going to get to you first. You're going to have to go through all these pathways, I think.
I know, and that's
and then they may come across you. And for me, it was synchronicity. It feels like that. It feels like, oh, this is a place I should be at this point. I mean, it might just turn to bullshit in the future. In next week, I don't know yet. But this is where I am. It feels okay. So it's kind of liberated my mind quite a lot in the last couple of weeks. It's kind of tough letting go of a lot of belief systems and really picking out in your subconscious the conditioned story that goes along with a lot of things. It's quite hard to pick at that. If you find yourself in a barren landscape where you haven't got any beliefs or truths, it can be quite scary. It's easy to grab hold of another belief system to hang on to and go with that without really digging into that and saying, well, what's honest and has integrity about it for myself, that says, is it true to me? Is it real to me? And that can be quite hard for a lot of people, I think. Hence, that's why there's lots of groups and a leader and followers. I think it's difficult to be both of those. To be a leader or a follower. I don't particularly feel like I want to be either of those. Then that's ego. But yeah. So I'm quite happy I've found this at the moment, and this is quite interesting. It's opened my mind again to maths and remembering the things that I used to be quite good at but have forgotten because I haven't used them. So it's got me on another path of learning, relearning. That's interesting. I'm quite pleased about that.
Oh, the line. Got some old stuff there as well from KC, who's still around. These, like, what I was trying to get at today was, when I came into this, I started on Twitter, and then I eventually, came into Discord to do the talking to people. Like, I'd watch the videos, not really. Didn't watch any Eric Debay or anything because I wasn't interested in the flat earth. I came into this looking for trolls on Twitter, and these trolls sort of showed me this place. And these people that were fighting against, just me saying about reality, they're still there. They're still on Twitter to this day, doing the same thing. And it just reminds me of Blue Marble, Flat Earth Math, Charles. He's been in this for 16 years, he says. 16. And where's he got?
16 years about a topic that you have to ask yourself, does it really matter in the end?
Listen to the stuff he was saying.
Yeah.
You'd think he's mad. If you came into this, well, I don't know whether you would think him mad or not, but he pushes flat earth on us, yet he's called flat earth math. I don't know. I really don't know anymore what people are meant to think and whether it really does matter. Because most of the time when you talk to people, like they don't know whether it's flat or globe or anything.
Right, and when pushed, they'll go, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
if you tell me,
what does it matter
right,
anyway?
normal people would say, if you're telling me NASA lies and you could show me green screens and all the rest of the stuff, and it's like, well, that's the only visual evidence I've really ever seen.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you tell me that's a lie, then I don't know, but I don't really care either. It doesn't really matter to me. My everyday life.
I don't
it's not
really
gonna
watch
matter
that
what.
shit. Does it matter whether they went to the moon or not? Probably not. They probably didn't go.
No.
But I mean,
Probably didn't.
It doesn't matter anyway. It won't make any difference to anything. It wouldn't prove anything.
No, but just take that by itself, right? The answer that I've heard from that the reason why it would have been faked is because the U.S. was in an arms race and a Cold War with Russia, and there was a lot on the line for whoever got there first. Blah blah blah. Okay, whatever. If that's the case, all right, but still, like, does it really matter in the end? Does it really matter? And then what it does show you is that it's the agendas that drive the narratives. It's the agendas that drive the shadow giants that we call shadow giants, the people that you just have to believe. People, books, videos, commenters that you just have to believe because you just have to. They're shadow giants. Why wouldn't you believe it? Why would you do anything yourself in the real world to prove anything to yourself when it's already been done? I mean, just forget about it. Just take it as faith.
Well, what is proof? That's the conversation we was trying to get out of Flatsoid and Nathan Oakley is what is proof? And it's different.
How do you know you have it?
People. Yeah. Yeah. The people over at Gem Pandas, the debate Flat Earth and more, said that they didn't have proof of anything, but their evidence was just pictures. And that was enough for them. They didn't need proof. They just needed a picture showing to them, and that they'd accept it. Anything, really. That ends the argument. Here's a picture or something.
Didn't they backtrack from that? Didn't Jem backtrack from that? Does he have proof now? I thought maybe he had proof now.
No, Jem's got pictures. He's always had pictures. I don't think he's ever had proof. But pictures are good enough.
I mean,
evidence.
There you go, right? It's good enough evidence. So in the end, you're still, without proof, you are talking about faith. There is no in between. There's a law of excluded middle. Either you have proof and you can gain it for yourself and you can actually know it, whatever the it is, or it's faith. There is no other option.
Yeah, there's your religion.
So, I mean, there's the religion.
You don't have faith without religion.
That is a fact. And that's where the shadow giants come in, right? Because they're the priests and the cardinals and the popes and the whatever they call it in Buddhism or whatever. Pick your structure, right? They're the rabbis, pick your favorite structure, religious structure. They're those people. You can't question them. You can't say they're wrong. How dare you?
Yeah. Get cast out. You don't want to be cast out.
Excommunicated, yeah.
Yeah, they don't like our elevation profiles. Go on, sorry, Piper.
No, I was talking about these pictures because you can say that moon landing is not disproved, but you can say easily that these pictures, these footage, films from moon landings are faked. And of course, I am not an expert, but people who are in that, this is their field of expertise, like camera operators, photographers, etc. So they can easily recognize if it is fake or not. And of course, I did see many, even films about that. So pictures are disproved as being true pictures from moon, for example, if we take moon landing. So it doesn't mean that there were no moon landings, but still question is why some people are showing faked pictures as true pictures. This is another topic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the acceptance of what you will accept in the face of alternative evidence, an argument against. What we say, see, it is much easier to make the argument against than to make the argument for a picture being a proof or evidence enough to override the evidence against, I guess. I don't know.
Yes, in that case, for example, if we have these moon landings, we can only have moral certitude that moon landings didn't occur. Because, of course, question is, if they were real, so why they show us fake pictures? So, of course, it is not definitive answer, but still, for example, for me, I have moral certitude. This is not absolute certitude, but only moral certitude that they didn't occur, these moon landings. That's all. So you cannot create absolute proof.
Yeah.
But still, that kind of proving or disproving that gives you only moral certitude, for example, in court of law, is good enough. So if someone is saying that he did something and he provided faked footage from that, in court of law, he would be dismissed. It would be sufficient evidence that this fake photographs, for example, that some opponent can say that he is lying about moon landings. That would be case dismissed, for example, for NASA or whatever. So this moral certitude is not bad. It's good enough for us to recognize who is lying and who is not lying.
It does feel like there's a continuity in the deception there over centuries somehow. You think so?
I think it's
Yeah,
got
it's
to
not
be
a
the
recent
attitudes
thing.
of people, hasn't it?
You know, it stretches back, you know, to, I mean, hundreds and hundreds of years, a deceptive story. Like the
Bacon, at
almanac
least.
thing was, you know.
Sir Francis Bacon,
You know,
at least.
and
early
so
1600s.
how is that continued? Yeah, how is that continued over? You know, is that in bloodlines of an elite group of people, or how could that be? How could that carry on, that deception, if it's maybe about controlling people to own the power and the money and all that amongst a few people?
Well, they did. Yeah, of what? They destroyed logic
Of
and
what?
reason, Air to Bear. They destroyed logic and reason. With Bacon came the destruction of logic and reason.
For who? For the
people.
population?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, yeah,
And it was clear that the reason why they did it was for control.
yeah, yeah.
We learned that in
It's,
a course that we all took together.
yeah,
That's
I've yet
history.
to do it. So,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. No, I see that. It's interesting how there's a continuity to it. I mean, we are in history now. We are history. We look back at history and think all those bad things happened in another time and it couldn't happen now. But those people in those bad times were living in the moment like we are now. Because kind of people imagine that there could never be another Hitler, there could never be another situation like that, and we've passed all that, and we're living in it again.
I would contend, Air to Bear, that it happens easier today than it did
Yes.
for
Oh, it's
anyone
yeah,
back in the early 1600s, and that includes the uneducated, because the quote uneducated at the time were the ones who knew that geometry could be done in reality, that a horizontal plane was a horizontal plane, right? That those
yeah,
folks knew that you couldn't pull the wool over their eyes because they dealt with things in reality. They had professions where they relied on these things to be true, to be so, and had for hundreds or thousands of years. So suddenly to take that with the educated people and then be able to manipulate their minds and for them to turn into shadow giants for more educated people, to the point where today you see people that are quote educated that cannot answer a basic civics question. They couldn't answer anything of importance, but if you ask them about the Kardashians, let's say, or who won, or about that big game, that big football game, whether that be American or European football, doesn't matter. They'll know all about it.
Former clothes.
Yeah, they'll know the celebrities who got married to who got divorced from. They'll know all of that, but they won't know anything of real importance. Why? They're educated, aren't they? They went to 4 years of university, got a wonderful degree, hundreds of thousands of dollars, most likely, and know absolutely nothing.
yeah. It's the control is being honed to perfection, isn't it? Infinite details. Now they've got social media and all, a global view of things. It's not very just local in your own little community. It's worldwide, and I guess control in education and the story and the narrative, and now talking about replacing. Well, it's being replaced. Kids don't remember anything. They go to Google. They don't have to
Yeah,
retain information. But if
yeah,
you have, there's talking here about kids taking Chat GPT into their exams. They'll be able to use it, take it with them, which is what's the point of doing the exam, really? But once it's digital, it feels, I mean, it seems impossible to think there wouldn't be any books. But I could see a point when there's no books. It's just a digital source of information. Or now a lot less people read books, even though they exist. So even if the books were there, people are going to be trained or conditioned not to look at books, but just get your information from a Chat GPT or a Google, and that's the reality. That reality can be rewritten. History can be written. Once everybody who was alive in the Second World War is gone, that history could be totally rewritten. There's
has been.
no
Yeah,
real people to tell you the story or say, well, that wasn't
yeah,
true. That didn't
yeah,
happen.
has been. But I
And
will
that for
say
me
that
is the scary one.
it is. Sorry to cut you off. I think we have a delay, but I will say this, that I still have hope, because just in our little tiny little arena, right? We've been able to unearth, no pun intended. We've been able to unearth certain words and certain ideas that seemingly no one knows or no one talks about. The idea of the monad, the idea of epoche, the idea that the Stoics had to reserve or apply their own judgment, their consent to things or not. And those words and thoughts and ideas have found its way over, if you believe the timeline, over thousands of years to this little tiny corner of the internet. So there's still hope, but it's so easy now to confuse the masses. And it's what latched me onto this place as well. It's like, how did we get here? Talking about how we got here. It's what made me come to this server. I consider it divine providence myself, and I heard this guy, Bev Try Thinking, talking about wizardry. And can you apply certain things to make yourself into a wizard? Do other people make themselves and words into wizard words? And I'm like, yeah, that's exactly it for me. That's exactly it. These wizard words. How do you convince someone of something that can be actually proven in reality that it can't be proven in reality? That's an amazing feat if you can do that.
I guess it's always been done, but now it's able to do that across millions of people, and go to Twitter and create something there, or some medium. Now you can reach a lot more people, and maybe because they've lost that sense of logic, that sense of reality, that they're just confused. There's a lot of confused people running around. A lot of people aren't really interested in much at all, really. And some don't have any time to think about it. I find this research, this looking at things, is really hard work. That I can see that there's lots of people I know that I might talk to about something, and they just roll their eyes or whatever. They don't have the time. I've spent a lot of time looking, reading, trying to understand something. It does take a lot of work.
Hopefully, well, I don't know. I don't know how anybody's ever going to make through into anywhere, because there's a load of gatekeepers. Most people know who the gatekeepers are. Blue Marble Science, Stefan Mudd. They're always just hanging around, trying to be these gatekeepers, to be the ones that, most people argue with. And anybody stating anything about water level in this arena, they're going to meet people like Stefan Mudd. We've been training them for 4 years. Now, anybody that's going to try and do anything, like Nathan Oakley's going to have to attempt it. All of the other people, I can see it on Twitter, they're all going to have a go at attempting to argue that water level is horizontal. How do you do that? How do you do that without doing exactly the same thing that we've already done? So if anybody does want to know how to do it, click the link on the Level Discord. Always been doing this. This is this is our specialist subject. But it's just reality. It's how you use the words, like Kevin was saying, just to make people believe something else, that there's another argument. Give them the monad. Tell them that's where it's horizontal, not where you are.
Yeah, not where you can actually check it and verify it, but where you can't go. You have to trust somebody.
Trust somebody like Blue Marble Science or Stefan Mudd. They're the ones that have never actually done anything. They've just been arguing against it. Well, I say arguing, bickering. That's what Stefan put in there. VLBI measuring diverging verticals by distance. Doesn't even make any sense. But he can say to all his friends, I told them, and he didn't listen. And nobody will listen because nobody really needs to get involved in it. What does it matter anyway? What would happen if you were to find out that in reality level is horizontal? What would change? This goes to all of the other ones, right? If you can say that in reality level is horizontal, but that doesn't prove the shape of the Earth, then where'd you go with it? And level being horizontal would not prove the shape of the Earth. It would. It would disprove a shape, though. And that may be a bit of a problem. You can't prove positively, but you can disprove certain things. And that's the problem for people. 33 people watching. That's what we like to see. Thank you very much, people watching. Perfect. What would it prove? Nothing. Well, not positively. But you could falsify the dogmatic globe quite easily. Let's see what I've got. It's put this one.
Use two theod.
Go on.
Could you use Blue Marble was talking about having one theodolite and then another theodolite some distance away, and they would both have a different gravity vertical. Is there a way you could check that between two theodolites to see if they had set up one theodolite in one place and theodolite 100 feet away?
Well,
no,
and see if that was so.
They cannot. We went through that many times. Especially
okay, that was really the root of my whole question: was had that been done? Because it maybe it was just a thought.
For example, flat Earth math admits that it is practically impossible, because to detect a divergence of verticals, you have to be so far. It would be for 1 degree divergence, you need 69 miles. So you cannot see that. You cannot see both theodolites from that distance and compare. So it is impossible. There is no way to check. And they give that examples on purpose, because they know that you cannot check that, and they still claim that it is the case. They they create unfalsifiable claim. So their claim is that there are divergent verticals, but to see that you need to compare two verticals in at least at 69 miles distance. So therefore you cannot check that. So you cannot also falsify it. And they are in they think that they are in very convenient position. But in fact they are not, because at the same time they say, of course, that you cannot check me wrong, but of course they cannot check themselves right. So that would be unfalsifiable position. And that's why it is going on and on for years, because you cannot disprove that as a measurement, and you cannot prove this as measurement. So the story goes, and people are trying to convince others that we are right, but they cannot prove it.
Okay, I was surprised that it had gone on so long. These same arguments round and round. I was listening to another thing today with Bev, and it was like arguments here and saying we've been arguing this for 10 years. I thought, gee, how could this possibly happen? That
Yes,
the blue marble image and PhD Tony left me with this picture that it was like some kind of tessellated globe, if anything. If there's a level here with an auto level, and then at the distance that it was accurate, and then you set up again, you move and you set up again, then that wouldn't be horizontal to the previous plane you just set out. It would be an angle to that one. So it's just it felt like it was just tessellated, and depending on where the agreement was that it could be discerned, that divergence could be discerned, because PhD Tony said it wouldn't be apparent over a 9 square mile area, and as Bev started out with the blue marble thing and showed his levels with his whiteboard, he said, well, you couldn't see it on that small distance. So he's trying to find, well, how far was it then? How far would it be before you could see that? And nobody wants to give an exact figure, but wherever that is, if it's a 2 centimeter tessellation or a 9 mile tessellation, it just felt a really crazy idea. It just doesn't add up.
Yes, and by the way, by drawing these pictures or drawings, they are just begging the question. They are only saying that has to happen on our model. So they start from model, and they create circular reasoning, because if someone is saying that on the globe, the verticals have to be divergent, and then they draw some circles, lines, they label them verticals, horizontals on the circle, and then they say that they have proven the globe. So it is just circular reasoning, and they say that this picture proves something. It doesn't. It proves that they are making circular reasoning, which cannot prove anything. But this is all they got. They are going with circles. They start with globe and they end with globe.
Tis globe. Everybody knows tis globe.
Yeah.
But what's beyond this? These constant questions. If this, I understood he was begging the question and presenting his vision from his paradigm of a globe. I didn't believe it. I understood what was going on in his mind, and my questions were, well, surely that could have been proven or disproven, or is there a way to do that, which was the heart of my question. And then to find out that you've been doing that for 10 years or whatever, I think, why is this engagement still going on?
Well, we've proved that level is horizontal. Other people either don't want that proof, or they just say we haven't. I mean, there's nothing much else we can do. And there's nothing I don't particularly want to, because this group of people that say that level isn't horizontal have got nothing. They just say, like, certain people have measured angles. Well, that's not a proof, because you can do fuck all with an angle.
Pardon to interject, because Big Blue says you have no idea what you are talking about paper. I have seen many comments like that, and
Yeah,
this
that's
is
it.
proof for me that I was correct.
Mhm.
So if like hit the table and razors will respond. So this response gives me moral certitude that I am right.
Yeah,
Because
because he
I was
can't
talking.
say why you're wrong or anything. They
Yeah,
never
yeah.
ever state
Never,
the
never.
reason why you don't know, or the ability to correct you, to say that, here's where you're ignorant.
Yeah.
Your ignorance will end right now, because I will now inform you of why you are ignorant of it. Never comes. Nothing.
Yeah. That's why it is proof for me that I am right.
Yeah, we'll say again, Blue. Just pop in if you think paper's wrong. Come in and correct paper, because we'd all like to know. Like, nobody wants us to be mistaken, holding out paralogisms. Just come in and let us know, Blue. Then we will be corrected by you. But I'm guessing you won't. I think you'll just stick around as a text chat troll. The great blue marble science, showing everybody exactly what blue marble science is. Nothing. There's no scientific method. There's nothing. Just blue marble science, which is a joke, really. Of all of the science there is, the biggest joke to me is blue marble science. The most useless science in the world is blue marble science.
But blue marble science uses also non-existing spherical geometry.
He doesn't know, does he?
But he pretends that he does.
No, he likes to think that other people have, and he just cites them. But I mean, Jesse Kozlowski, he's not around. He's not going to be able to do anything, and he never did anything with spherical geometry anyway, because it doesn't exist. And Jesse Kozlowski had to leave because he can't back up the things that he said. Same for the main surveyor. We proved him to be a liar. Nobody really is bothered about that either. And I don't know, who else has he got? Larry Scott. And the only place Larry Scott can hang about now is Blue Marble Science and Gem Pandas. Debating flat Earth. They are. That's what they're doing now.
What keeps you engaged with them, Bev?
They keep coming here. That's the only thing that keeps me engaged with them. I've not been dealing with them. They keep coming here. I mean, we do go out on road trips every now and again, because everybody says, well, you don't go out and do anything. So we do. We go out and we have a laugh. We have some good times. Nobody can entertain like we can, really, within argumentation.
The question, Air to Bear, is why does Blue Marble Science, Flat Earth, Charles, and these other characters, why do they continue to engage with us? We're just a tiny, tiny group of people that aren't flat earthers and aren't globers and really don't care about the shape of the earth. So why would they engage in us? They care about the shape of the earth argument. Why in the world would they ever engage with us? That's really the question.
I think that logic still disturbs them.
I think you're right about that, Maver.
They are worried about logic.
I think it's more than their models.
Yes, logic says that it is not true. Their model is not true. And we can falsify their model using logic. And they try to use supposedly logic to disprove us. And they cannot. And this is very inconvenient position, because someone honestly should question himself, am I stupid? Because if someone is using logic against my claim, he can disprove me, and I cannot disprove him or defeat his arguments, but I am still trying. It looks stupid. It looks stupid, but they are still doing that. So they are worried, I think. They're still trying to convince themselves that they are right. There is, I think, it is natural in humankind to, because we have mind, to prove myself right. This is, I would say, natural. But they are trying in a weird way. This is not, I would say, a normal thing, but the goal is normal. Yes, I would say that every man is going to prove himself right because he would feel better. I understand that. But the way they are doing that, defying logic, it makes that, I would say, mental or whatever. It's not good, but still they are doing that. They want to be happy with their paralogisms and paradoxes. I don't know why, but they cannot go out of the frame. They cannot go out of the model. They cannot sacrifice their model, for example, for truth. They cannot pass this tiny line between their imagination and reality. But maybe with time they will. I don't know. I hope so.
I guess if they're not paid actors for those that possibly could be, then it comes down to ego. And not wanting
Pride.
to be wrong or your position.
You get into a pride situation. What they've done is they've alienated. Well, there's first off they've set up this false dichotomy, so it's either globe or flat, and then they've ridiculed the flat earthers. So they have to be globers, right? You can't. You know what's going to happen if you admit that you were wrong in any way, then you're going to look weak to your own side. You've set up the side rule.
Well, it's a difficult path to walk. It's like, coming from inner thought to voice chat. The ego comes into play. Are you performing? Can you be real in those moments? Can you not be a leader or a follower? So you can start out with these ideas and then you might become popular. And then you get a channel and then you have a survival. And then you can't give it up because your mortgage depends on it and the rest of your life depends on it.
There's
And now
nobody
you're going to
like
look
that on
stupid.
the YouTube within this arena. Perhaps, I mean, Dave Weiss has got his app, and Jaren does actually have a YouTube channel, right? But I don't think anybody else survives on a YouTube within this arena. At least not on, Nathan Oakley. I don't know, Fight the Flat Earth? He's got a disability.
Well,
so.
yeah. I mean, recently he lost his channel on YouTube a while back, and he was complaining that he couldn't pay his mortgage and stuff. So, I guess not everybody, but it's
he lost his channel.
Even if you got a following, they shut his channel down a while back, maybe only for a couple of days.
Yeah, I think that was because he had
some
copyright. Yeah, on the music,
copyright
on his intro.
Yeah. He had
Cheswick
but
do his intro,
he moaned. Yeah, but he moaned about his, how his income suffered and stuff like that, and who reported him. And okay, but money isn't the only thing, you know, if you've got a 2, 3, 4, 10,000 followers, you know, to suddenly change your whole point of view and say I was wrong, it's a really difficult thing to do.
Well, say those
And ego
people
is
that
the
are in
thing.
it, they're in it for the YouTube money. They're literally doing it for that, aren't they? You know, if
Well,
your
they take like
idea is for
30%,
truth, I
don't
mean,
they?
where's the truth? It's just a repetition of the same old shadow giants that Fight the Flat Earth does. His arguments aren't really arguments. They're recycled things that just go round and round. I mean, you've heard everything that Fight the Flat Earth and McToon and all of them, Nathan Oakley. There's nothing new. I mean, I'm not saying that, you know, level being horizontal is something new, but it is something you can actually argue with. Whereas, I mean, I've been and talked to Fight the Flat Earth, Blue Marble Science. They don't really have an argument, positive argument. Never heard a positive argument from the Globe side, ever. And come to think of it, I've never heard a positive argument from the Flat Earth side either. They just all have a go at what the other people say. You know, why hasn't this been done? Because he said this and you should do this. I mean, the amount of times that we've said, look, we've going to the beach and we've done this and you can come and watch us doing it and we've got this test and this is what we're doing. All anybody ever says is, well, you should have done this. You should have done that. They never bother with what we actually did because it's not what they wanted to do. Nobody ever really bothers about what, you know, a positive anymore, which is what science should be. It should be testing things in reality.
Yes, but it involves changing mind. So if we are talking about reconciliation, for example, it involves change of mind. So you thought that something was true, and now you think it is not true because I was mistaken. But to admit that I was mistaken, it's kind of admitting that I was stupid. And it involves self-humiliation because to face the truth, it always involves self-humiliation. And they cannot do that. They are not able to do that because of pride.
Self-humiliation, I think. I'm pretty sure they have some humiliation rituals that they're forced to go through.
Maybe, but they are hidden, occult. They will, because in that situation, they changing their mind will involve a public admission. They have to publicly admit, not occult somewhere in, let's say, hidden chambers of whatever. But they have to do that publicly. That's the problem.
I think that's ego. That's what I see. That's my thing. I think it's ego.
Yeah, pride. Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
you know, I don't know. It maybe Blue Marble. I guess he's a small fish because he won't come in. But you know, amongst in the arena, I don't know. But it's Blue Marble. I don't know how many followers he's got, and maybe there's a few amongst that. I don't know. It's like Oakley. There's 2 or 3 characters around there that you hear regularly, but he puts them down if they rise up too much. But it's Blue Marble here. It's one person, surrounded by a lot of people who blindly believe. They don't know. They just think, oh, yeah, come on, guys. Let's go together. Woohoo. You know, I heard some guys you were talking to in a debate, listening to them, and they were just chanting. They didn't know. You challenged them. Well, where's your proof? They didn't even understand what they were doing. They didn't understand and never seen an auto level, you know, but acting like they knew all the information about it. They were just chanting from the choir, you know. So often like that, there's just one name that runs the channel, and there's lots and lots of believers who scurry around just repeating the same old stuff.
Yeah, well, like we say, tis
can't,
globe, right? There's no way of getting around it. It has to be. So what all we point out is that there are contradictions that have to be accepted. If you can't accept those contradictions, then you can't jump on the globe. It's just not, you just can't do it. And there are certain people that can accept the contradictions and certain people that can't. That's it. Now, obviously, because this is contradictions and talking about people's contradictions, they can't rebut by showing us any contradictions. Therefore, it's a one-way street, this contradiction thing. They don't like talking about their contradictions. They don't even see them as contradictions. They've done away with it. Like the blue marble scientific method has left them with an ability to just dismiss contradictions as not. And when you learn the history of, you know, all of these things, like cognitive dissonance was found in the 1950s. A way to deal with cognitive dissonance is we call it diletheism. It's a way of including the middle. See, this cognitive dissonance is the state that your mind goes in when you get shown these two conflicting information paths that you've already held them, and somebody's puts them together, and then there's a conflict there. So the mind has to deal with that in one way, and that's a cognitive dissonance. You never know how the mind's going to deal with that. But they, in the 60s, 70s, they came up with messing about with logic, and they came up with diletheism, which is a way of messing around with the core concepts of understanding, communication. It's a bit of a trick, really, because you include the middle. It gives you a way out of this contradiction. It's not just black and white now. There's shades of grey involved in it too, whereas before it was like on or off. Well, now there's those grey areas in between as well, and as such, people can just dismiss contradictions. Very clever, but it's just the way of the mind, modern day. You can diminish logic training within schools, so people don't really have a clue on how to use logic, and then slowly creep these, including the middle, which leads to diletheism, two truths, literally. And our friends, the blue marble scientists, are fully on board with this as a way. And the best way that they've found to deal with it is to never come and talk about it. Just occasionally throw some chat things out in the YouTube, but that's getting less and less, as expected. If you want to be sort of free of the troll behavior, come and learn an argument, a positive argument from reality. You might have to take a lot of flack from a load of trolls, but eventually even they don't want to talk to you. That's the thing you have to get used to within this arena. Knowing what you know from reality will take you out of this unquote quote arena for good. Because for one, you can't talk to anybody within the arena about this because it's reality and they're not interested. And outside of the this reality of this arena, people will just think you're crazy because everybody knows it already. I mean, who doesn't know that level's horizontal? Even everybody within this arena will say, well, yeah, locally. But that's the only surveying that gets done, ever. You can't ever relate surveying to where you aren't. You can't measure where you're not. That's just ridiculous. Timothy. No, it'll never end, Timothy. Never. This just goes on and on and on. It's the way it's meant to be. And it's been going on like this for thousands of years. Loads of people have even wrote books about it. The decline of civilization, decline of the education system. But they just write new stuff, new characters. It'll never end. We'll never end either, because I think what we do here is the advanced simplicity, so that'll never end. We likened it to a journey going up a mountain, but we never seem to get past base camp on our journey up the mountain because it's always preparing people to go up on the journey. I don't even think there is a mountain there. I think that is the journey, just preparing yourself. I don't think it can end, Timothy. Just get used to it being the same old, just new characters, new people come into the arena. People keep saying, oh, well, where's Bev? What's that? The arguments are going to come out. Has anybody been over to the politics channel? Has anybody done that? We all got invited over to the politics channel to go and have a chat. Has anyone done it? Because I don't know if anybody knows.
I've looked over there, yes. I've signed up and I've been over there, but I haven't partaken in any conversation.
Have you not done the sign up thing? It asks for your phone number.
Yeah, I know.
And the password.
But Discord already has that, so I didn't care.
The password.
The Discord password.
Yeah.
Yeah, they want to know you're a real person, but Yeah, it's definitely risky, I think, if you don't want your Discord password out or your phone number.
I don't particularly want to give the politics channel my Discord password.
Yeah,
Just to
sounds a
go
bit
and
dodgy.
talk to someone. I mean, I've given them my phone number and all of that. I don't know. So have you been? You've been over there and listened, have you?
I haven't.
No.
I just got signed up. I didn't have a chance to go over there and listen to any of it. They got quite a few channels, though.
Yeah, I saw that. To go over there and have a chat with people about certain things. I think there was a warning, though, that there's certain channels are owned by certain people and they don't necessarily have the others. They don't have the say so within it. So I think 24/7 might have got themselves a channel over there. I don't know how much politics there are involved in Flat Earth. Other than, of course, the president's talking about it. Canadian president Obama said something about it. Is that it? It's not really politics, though, is it? Or is it? I don't know.
Maybe, because I haven't listened to that, but I saw in YouTube Congress, I think Congress or Senate, I don't remember, hearing about UFO. So I would say that it is starting now to be politics. Yes, this topic, cosmology, is starting to be part of politics, I think.
I'm not too sure. I think that's giving too much credit to the globe, to be honest. The way I see it at the minute is the flat Earth side is just people asking questions, other than the crazy flat Earth society players on the flat Earth side. I'm a bit unsure on how many real people there are within, and when I say the arena, I mean the chatting on Discord and talking. I've heard on Twitter as well. I'm not impressed. So I'd call that, again, flat Earth society. It just goes around and around, and they're just there to give the globe a narrative to keep going. But other than that, they're just people with questions that have signed up to, like, Dave Weiss's app. I mean, there's a lot of people that buy that sort of stuff. And they sign up to it because they know that there's an algorithm thing that hides certain information. Like if you put in, I don't know, anything of any controversy, you will always see the debunking things first, rather than the stuff that you actually want to go and look at. Well, that's why they'd sign up to Dave Weiss's thing, because, I mean, you get more of the genuine stuff that you're after, I think. That's the idea of it. That's what I call the people that are, quote unquote, frantic bunny ears, the flat earthers, other than the Flat Earth Society. But the globe guys, not too sure. The Flat Earth Society are obviously the hardcore ones. They're working with the Flat Earth Society on the Flat Earth side. But the other people, I don't know. Practicing sophists, I'd say, the new globe guys. But I don't know where they come from and how you get a job defending the globe. I don't know what happened to that. What happened to the Flat Earth Society people that used to come and jump on streams and just shut them down by talking shit, deflecting conversations? They used to get away with that quite a lot, didn't they? Self-proclaimed experts speaking for everyone else. What happened to them? They've all left. Who are they? Who's the new lemon bird? How many of them did there used to be? People that would just pop on. Used to pop up. They used to come, and whenever conversations were getting good, they used to pop up and then deflect the conversation into different areas. What's that?
Live Buster music.
Yeah. Is that what you came for? Oh.
In my car at the moment, sadly.
Yeah, sorry about that, Mike. I think I've got a file with a load of live stuff Buster's done. Hey, we've got other people as well now, you know, though, Mike. It's not just Buster. Seems to be a lot of musicians around.
Yeah, I heard the new guy. He's quite talented.
He's not really the new guy. He's the young guy. I think that you could say.
Ah.
The youngster. He's under 30, you know. We were thinking of putting a limit on it. Just about sneak in.
How dare you?
Youth.
Don't worry.
He's high up.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Out of range.
It's not too good a signal in the mountains. We was thinking about what we're going to do this week. What do you reckon? I think we should start getting back to the philosophy and stuff like that.
Yes, please.
Mm-hmm. Well, there was that other course, wasn't there? Or should we go over some of the Plato's? Anybody all right for a reading?
That too.
You all right for that, Emma? Do a read. We'll go over one of the.
I'm Emma's proxy. She says yes. That'd be fantastic, Bev.
I don't know whether we'll go live. Probably not. But I might record this because I do want to go over that. Maybe we could go over Dorothy Sayers or something like that, you know?
Yes.
So tomorrow night, we pop in the Discord. Come in now and sign up. Get make sure you get your speaking role or whatever, and then you can come in and have a listen. Normally quite good. I probably won't be going live unless there's something we can get. If anybody wants to have a debate or anything like that, if anybody knows of anything like that, I think I might have to do the Discord thing and go over to the politics. Need to find some way to have the conversations with people. Try some new stuff. Take the show on the road. Start talking to people about reality. I don't think people in reality are prepared for the reality that they're in.
Well, I think that's pretty clear just from today, in today's society, with the amount of not being in reality, just being online, and here we are online. When I say that, video games, which we all play, right? There's also delving into television, all that kind of stuff, movies, which I personally love movies. But I'll be the first to admit, yeah, I spend way too much time in not in reality.
Haven't we we've been pushed to this place though? This place, this version of reality inside this non-reality somehow. Coming here is like finding this place where you can be amongst people, you know, that you feel you understand, they understand you, or you can have some common thoughts and ideas. It doesn't exist in other places. It's or it's becoming less and less. People used to go to the pub or talk.
Yep.
Or
Exactly.
and that's become less and less. And I think they're training people. If I look at my children, even though it's a difficult thing, be it a parent and looking at them and thinking, yeah, that's not doing you too much good, and trying to regulate that amount of time in that non-reality. But the whole system is training them to be detached from reality more and more and more and more. It's kind of the scariest thing for me. I probably won't be here for it, a lot of it, but
Yep. I agree with you. And
I don't know what's
nobody
going to change that.
No. Well, we've had discussions in here about how, especially for those of us who are older, I'm in my late 50s, who remember what it was like to actually have neighbors who you hung around with all the time. You'd do things together. You'd go over to their house. They'd come over to your house. You'd have dinners. You'd have your kids get together. All that kind of stuff. Doesn't seem that that's as much that way today as it used to be. At least in my experience. Anyway.
Was there a big family thing? Was there a big family thing in the States? Has that changed?
That's changed
the family
drastically.
unit.
Yeah.
Because in the UK we had it, not as much as I'd seen in Europe. In Europe, Italy or France, big family gatherings, big sense of family there that's dissipated now. This most recent well, not recent, but I guess the ones that are in their 30s, 40s, they don't want to do that anymore. So that's getting lost and that's dissipated, and it's kind of the breakdown of the family units and the community, but then the family units, now it feels they're trying to break down family units. The idea of mother, father, who is the figure of authority, if you like, or not in a beating type thing, but who people look to, the elders, that whole thing.
Yep.
Elders
I
used
would
to be
hope so.
elders, and now they're just old people who are just in the way.
Yeah. I would hope that people still have family units, larger family units. I fear for that myself. I mean, my extended family, they still do get together for the holidays and stuff like that, and there's quite a few people. But I fear when both my parents are still alive. But I fear when they go, that'll be the end of it. But I hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's kind of been a product of this last 2 or 3 years of this social distancing, and it's not just at 6 feet or a meter or wherever you live and whatever the rule is. It's social media distancing. It's a way of isolating people. You kind of just, you can go on Twitter or these places and find some arena of communication, of understanding of like-minded people, and but there's always a sense you're alone. To try and find places where there's a common understanding is quite a difficult thing. So we come to the internet, which we say we shouldn't, feel like, oh, we shouldn't be here. We're just creating the monster, or feeding the monster. But society has become like that a lot more. For our kids, I worry about it. I mean, my interaction with some of this stuff is to know what's going on for them, to try and understand what's playing out here, and what's the forces that are going to affect their lives, in order to try and, like Bev was saying, with his son, he went away to learn some things so that he could unpick some of the stuff that was totally unnecessary for his kids. It's like that, try to understand what's going on so that I can hopefully, say, nah, don't believe that. That's rubbish. They already say, Dad, you think everything's a scam. Pretty much it all is. And more and more things are. It used to be just a few things, but now it's just increasing. Things that are just not of reality. So that was the refreshing thing of hearing this, of coming to this place. It felt like, here's some reality. Where's this going to go? Because it's like that space in between the two worlds of, if you like, and just in this arena, it can be hundreds of things, but you have a concept of the globe. You come against some people who are questioning that, and you realize, wow, it's built on nothing, this thing. And then you have nothing. That's kind of like ego loss. That's a scary place. And so then go to listen to the flat earth side and go, wow, yeah, that makes some sense. But then realize, well, there's no proof of that either, unless you can go high, far. How far do you go? And then more and more questions come. It's very hard to kind of live in that empty space in between where you have no belief in those sense. It's kind of a scary place, like ego loss. Ego loss is a scary place. A lot of people
I didn't see it as a scary place, though. I saw it as a new beginning.
Not for me. For a lot of people, though, not for, and maybe for the people who are here, this is not so. Not everybody. I'm not saying everybody. For a lot of people, lots and lots of people are just the compliant ones, if you like. Because it's hard work. This, I mean, working on yourself is hard work, bloody hard work. So that's why you have a lifetime to do it. So
the amount of distractions you have for your first, I don't know, 30, 40 years. That may be coming down a bit, like nowadays after the last few years. People are waking up and seeing how important it is for them to see see through the bullshit.
I wonder if that's the people who have had a sense of freedom to measure it against. Whereas now they say they want the people under 30 who don't have that vision. Because I think, you know, I guess since the war, it feels like it's almost been the best of times. There's been no big war. There's growth. There's been expansion. Consciousness changes until, you know, no real sense of a dystopian group of people trying to do us harm, you know, or if they were, it was not really much consequence.
I think the change for our particular generation, say, is we came from a time where phones were linked to houses. If you were away from there, you were cut off. Whereas modern times, even kids have mobile phones. That's a massive change in 30, 40 years. Probably more like 30, isn't it? Really?
And education was just so much deeper. You know, it's very surface level. You know, it's the education that I see that's going on, and not very linear. History's not linear. It's the Tudors, it's Hitler, it's you know, it's jump. There's
It's
no
all
linear.
Hitler. Like I can
This is where it
remember
came
when my
from,
lad was doing history, it was just everything to do with the wars and Hitler and how bad the white people were.
Yeah.
What was it?
Well, Hitler's quite a big thing. The Nazi thing's quite. I don't know why they're focusing on that in school a lot, but that's a big thing.
It's not just a big thing.
And
that's like the entirety of the history.
Yes, yeah, and the globe.
Well, yeah,
and the globe. Yeah,
I didn't see any evidence of
so
the
there's
globe.
Well, I see it. I see it with my kids. I see, you know, I guess. I mean, it happened to me, but you don't necessarily remember it when you're a child. You're not conscious of the programming, the conditioning. You know, so when you get older, you go, oh yeah, I was told that. That was a load of rubbish. You know, so I'm a bit more aware of it. I think you are with children because you kind of see what goes in and what they become out of what they're told or what they could become. But education was much deeper. There was skills to learn, crafts to learn, things you could do with your hands, you know. And you know, and there's less and less experience. There's no jobs here. There's no farms or people going to pick fruit or go to work on the farm at the weekend, and kids to be able to get some experience of something. They're not really attached to that. There's no real manufacture. You know what jobs they're going to do. Where I am, it's caring. It's a caring thing. There's care work, looking after old people or people with disabilities. There's lots of that. Factories are closed, the shops are closing, the post office are closing, and things like that. So the sense of community is getting less and less. Oh, it's costing much to have a bank. We just have a cash machine, you know. Things they're all the stories, but there's less and less, you know, for children to do and to gain experience in the world. And they seem to be, well, I mean, talking from my view of it is that, you know, they're informed by what they see on their tablet or their phones or whatever, this world where other people are having a good time, or they're seeing stuff, man, that I never saw till I was much older. And that's accessible to really young kids. And there doesn't seem to be anybody really trying to stop that or regulate that, really. You know. So they're, you know, getting kind of an unrealistic view of the world. It isn't based on things we can do and things you can do in the world. You know, they're not building canals anymore, or you know, all the factories and the industry that we had in this country at one time is not here anymore. You could get a job today and think, oh, that's boring, and you get another one tomorrow. now there's 1,000 people queuing for the same job. It's very, very different world. Yeah. So I kind of wonder where it's going to go, if there's going to be some big revolution and say we've had enough, that's it.
Had enough of what?
Well, yes, what, it's hard to, for people to focus on one point of what's actually going wrong or what's the problem. And if you do, they have bigger weapons than we have. So, they pull the tanks out if you protest too much.
I think it's all mental nowadays. They don't need to do that. They've got the control that they need already.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Well, I think they're already conditioning that into the children from an early age. It's been much easier.
But that's been
I
done for years, that.
Yeah, it's much easier now, though,
Generations.
isn't it? It's in their hand.
Yeah.
24 hours a day. Look around the streets. They just wander around looking at it. Tripping over people, and most people, are doing that. So it's a program thing. Strange. But it's not all doom, eh? It's yeah, but it's for people to be able to talk about it. There's lots of things we're being trained not to talk about. I think they're putting words into the vocabulary, and that we mustn't say without any experience of. You must have this opinion. These words are not allowed. This narrative's not allowed. You must think this about certain people or certain groups of people. Yeah, my kids are full of stuff, that they haven't experienced, but they're told this is how you must act towards these people or in this situation. They haven't had the experience of it.
Yeah. Lamal says, right, these internet streets allowed me the pleasure to meet a bunch of people from all over the world who think similar to me, that I may not have met otherwise.
And here we are.
Definitely have to
on the
agree.
level.
Yeah.
on the level. That's how I felt about, here we are.
Yeah. And come on in.
Yeah,
click the link.
For all yeah, exactly. For all the internet's badness, here we are. Found maybe a group and people who are interested and have something intelligent to say, and some proof.
Yeah, that's the idea. Is like because I don't know. I mean, if people do have a a life and they get a chance to talk to people about these sort of things, then all well and good. But if you don't have anybody to come and talk about those sort of things, then that's sort of what we're here for. Is that, there's a place that you can have a voice and a conversation. Because I'm not too sure how people do communicate. I mean, that's what... I'm interested in the ability to have conversations with people. Now, not that I need to have conversations with people. Like we do already have conversations. But I think from what we've learned is that everybody that comes into this arena, on the level, to come in and have a conversation, meet the people, it's pretty genuine. I think you can get a judge on people. You can see whether they are genuine or not, and go try some different places. And just, but I think what is needed is that conversation, because everybody's stuck on the phones. They're Googling stuff. They're getting all of their information from the media. And if you don't ever talk to other people, I think if you were on your own, you would have a chance of going mad.
Undoubtedly.
To listen to all of them. If you only listen to media and advice from government agencies, I think you'd be absolutely... you'd have to have no choice than to be mad.
Or just brainwashed.
Yeah. Totally contradicting yourself. Like 1 week you wouldn't be able to eat eggs because they'd be giving you cancer, and then the next week they'd be the best food for protein, and it's madness. The amount of contradictory information there is, and without a sense of being able to work that stuff out for yourself. I don't know where you be.
On the level. Unless you're using the funny mute button, you're going to chant over me like that? You could use some of that.
Yeah, we try not to do any of that sort of stuff.
No, thankfully not.
But I mean, most of those sort of people have been told to keep away from us.
Can you guys hear me?
Go on.
Oh yeah.
Okay, we I kind of, the moment passed, but it sounded like you were trying to be Nathan Oakley there for a second. We don't do that here.
It was an example of what's not here.
No, I just said, don't get me wrong. I like watching Nathan Oakley's show because I have mental issues. But regardless, does anybody know where Nathan Oakley was today?
Was he not on again?
I've been taking Mondays off lately. Huh.
No, I don't know.
Anyways. All right, I didn't think so.
There are some rumours going around, but
Yeah.
Let's fight the flat Earth stuff, and I don't want to get involved with any of that. It doesn't really matter.
That's a good idea. Nope, not. It has nothing to do with our arguments.
No. But did you watch? I think I asked you earlier, didn't you? His best arguments for.
No, I missed.
For the
Yeah, I haven't watched it yet. There are no best arguments for flat Earth.
Well,
I'm a flat earther saying that. the fact of the matter is, it's not actually flat. It's just the subject matter to expose the lies of our reality that people like to push. That's why I'm here. How I got here, like 8 years ago, my brother goes, "You probably think the Earth is flat." I said, "What?" I went home and I started looking into it. Son of a bitch. It's not what we were told.
So your brother said you're probably a flat earther, and you went to have a look, and you went,
Yeah, I don't even.
Yeah, I am.
Oh, son of a bitch, I am.
Yeah.
And here I am, 8 years later, still talking to people about it.
It's a fascinating topic, and all of this stuff about conspiracy theories, which is the same sort of thing, right? I don't think there's any difference between flat Earth and conspiracy theories, because that's when people say you're a flat earther, that's what they mean. They mean you've probably got some things about conspiracy theories. And all conspiracy theories are is things that people don't want you looking at, so they just label it a conspiracy. When the only conspiracy is that they don't want you to talk about it. That's the conspiracy.
Yes, for example, if you debunk something, for example, moon landings, so it is blatantly faked.
Yes.
And this is conspiracy. This is conspiracy. So while you are talking about faking moon landings, you are conspiratory theorist. And this, so for me, it sounds like oxymoron. But yes, then people are labeled as conspirators when they are talking about frauds, hoaxes, or whatever, or fake something. This is just a label. I would say dishonest label. But yes, they are called that. And I would say this is set up many years ago to call that, to ridicule conspiratory theorists, which are not conspiratory at all, but they called them like they were conspirators, bad man, because if someone is in conspiration, it means that he is plotting something bad. He is not honest, etc. So this label means, for me at least, that, okay, these guys are dishonest by definition because they conspire. And of course, they don't conspire, but they are labeled as conspirators, therefore they are dishonest.
Well, no. I think what they do is, right, you're the one that's saying, I think that's a conspiracy. Right? You're pointing at something and saying, there's something going on over there, right? And then people then label you the conspiracy theorist, right? That you are making a theory of a conspiracy. Well, there may well be a conspiracy there. And you're just coming up with a theory of the conspiracy. So it's not technically wrong. It's just, it's been labelled as a bad thing when it's not bad at all.
Like a madman, that you are just a freak, a prick, or whatever. Because you are mad. You are just mad or freak. Okay. Not mentally health. And yes, so you are labeled as just mentally unstable, let's say. In that manner, you can show Aristotle, Socrates, and I would say that Socrates was treated like that, labeled as madman, a dangerous madman, and he ended as we know how he ended. Because he decided to not stop. So who knows what future will show to us.
Yeah, I never got the idea of the conspiracy theorist. That's, I would say, a wizardry trick.
Yes, for me, it is normal psychological thing that sophists are using, like in psychology. For example, I have seen some channel on YouTube Polish version of like citizen audit. I don't know if you are familiar with that. I know that that kind of channel is in America. It's called Citizen Audit, and something like that was created in Poland, of course. And this guy went to some, let's say, organization which was selling some pots to the kitchen, and they were very expensive, but of course it is a fraud because they are Chinese, and they label them as, or mark them as very strange names. Generally, there are frauds, and they are trying to capture, let's say, old people with gifts. They will give you something like pressure sensor or whatever, and they are choosing people to get involved in that, supposedly selling. And this guy went to that as participant to expose that. And when he said to that guy that he's a fraud, that they are cheating people, etc., the first reaction of that guy was that he's mad. He's mad. This is normal reaction. If you spot the fraud, which is obvious, automatically they will call you mad. So this is normal thing that conspiratory theorist is called mad. This is their defense, because they don't know, they don't want to be exposed as frauds, so they just react. You are mad. And even they will call police. You are mad. You are disturbing our cell or whatever, our marketing, whatever. They will call you mad in self-defense. And this guy recorded this whole footage, 2 hours of whatever. But this is how these people operate.
Yeah, it's upside down, the world, isn't it?
Yeah, this is projection. You are mad. You are mad because you are exposing our conspiracy. Because if, for example, moon landing is faked, it means that they show this moon landing as true, it has to be some conspiracy behind that. So if someone is exposing that, they call that person mad or conspiratory theorist. So that is, for me, that this is just projection. Learned projection. It is they do that on purpose.
Timothy's, but he doesn't like living a life of lies. But you don't know their lies, that's the thing. Because you've probably taken on most of this stuff as a paralogism. Like, you believe it to be true. Because your education system has set you up in this position where you are led to believe that you should trust the authority being science or government, or it doesn't really matter, but that's the education system's taught you to do that. So the moment you go against it, that's the moment that you're subversive. You're the odd one out for not believing people. Well, I've been in an arena for 4 years now, this Discord people, where people have just blatantly lied to me. I know they've lied to me. They've slandered about me slandered my name. They've done all sorts of things. It's become the norm. People allow it. Nobody cares anymore. Until you're the one that's getting attacked or whatever, then it doesn't really matter. Even then, people don't really care, I don't think. It's just the way of the world. I'm not so sure it's any different than it's ever been.
No.
But at least, if, for example, we are talking about politics, it is very hard to not to spot the lie, but to expose. Because in politics, of course, the better politic, the better sophist. So he's trying to cover his lies as much as possible, and he is trained to do that. So it is difficult to catch him on a blatant lie. But in this, let's say, arena, where supposedly we are talking about science, and therefore we are talking about logic, it is much easier to spot, let's say, error. And we have logic, so we can use logic to spot a lie or contradiction or just error. And that's it, because in politics, if you spot the error, a politician would say that, oh, okay, I'm mistaken, but I was honest, I didn't mean that, whatever. But in science and logic, mathematics, geometry, we don't need to assume that he is a liar. It is enough to spot contradiction, to expose contradiction or paradox or just error or logical fallacy, and that's it. That would dismiss argument. So I think it is easier because we are talking about objective reality. We are not talking about someone's thought or plans or intentions, like in politics. So it is easier to spot error, expose, and then we can, for example, judge people for being stubborn, that cannot reconcile, because if you spot the contradiction, you expect someone to reconcile, to just admit that he was mistaken. And we can see people here that they don't want to admit that they are mistaken, even if they are blatantly, and we can show them their fallacies, paradoxes, contradictions, inconsistencies. They are not willing to admit. That's the part where we can say that someone is liar or dishonest or whatever. But primarily, we can just spot errors in science, in logic, mathematics. So we don't need to go to someone's intentions. So that's why I am also here, because I went to this arena generally to develop my logical skills, my argumentation skills, and not only for a purpose of debating someone, but just for me, for myself, to be smarter or to be wiser. But and for me, it is enough to spot fallacy, to create syllogism or argument. And if I can't do that, I am happy. And I don't need to debate someone who is opposing my argument. I can do that, but this is not my goal. But still, it is easier in science than in politics.
You don't need to debate them, but you want to question them, surely, as to why they disagree with your argument. I think.
Yeah, yes. For example, we ask many times, for example, Baby, because he said many times that we are wrong, we are making some fallacies, but he never expressed that. He never said what the fallacy was, like Blue Marble Science tonight.
Yeah.
He said that I am wrong, of course, when I was talking about circular reasoning. And of course, I was right. But this is the case, that there is no point to debate people when are just denying. They say, nah, this is not sufficient.
Yeah, I think that's something because they've been taught something, right? Or they've taken on something as a paralogism, right? That paper's wrong or whatever. So he types it because it's an automatic response. And then when you ask him for what that thing is, he's already in aporia, right? There's no answer that he can give you. So that's it. He's gone. He just can't reply anymore.
Yes, because, for example, his model dictates that I cannot be right because it contradicts his model.
Yeah.
So this is what he knows. Yes. So this is what he knows. But in order to dismiss my argument, he has to show some fallacy in my argumentation, some failure, let's say. But he cannot spot that. He cannot say that. When I spot someone's fallacy, I can name it and can say that. For example, with that divergent verticals or horizontals, I can name it. This is circular reasoning because if you start from the globe, on the globe, verticals will diverge. We cannot measure them being divergent, but because this globe dictates, it means, therefore, they diverge. This is perfect circular reasoning. And I can say that, and I'm saying that right now, and I explain how it works in that example, the circular reasoning. And I expect the same from other side. When I state something, they have to go through my statement and just say, this is where you are mistaken because you, for example, messed up with predication or subject, or you wrongly assign, let's say, middle term or whatever. But I expect that kind of response, not just saying, paper, you are wrong. This is just ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah, there's geometric reasoning you can put behind it to say this is why there's a problem, but there's never been a rebuttal. I've always been asking them for who's the top geometer, who's going to come forward and present an argument. Jesse Kozlowski supposedly has done it within his videos, but he can't support his own claims. All they can do is post a picture of what they imagine to be an argument for diverging verticals. But like we've just stated many times, it's impossible to measure diverging verticals. You have to go through the perpendiculars. But then you have to understand the relationship between perpendiculars, of how perpendiculars work. Two perpendiculars to a third straight line will be parallel, but they can't be. They're stuck right. The moment they get into the start of the conversation, the argument, they've lost already. It's built upon a paralogism that there is no, there's no rebuttal to. There's no, that it's an automatic aporia situation for anybody attempting it with the dogmatic globe model.
Yes, and the same thing is with horizontals, because if they reduce horizontal to a point, and they do, and they admit that they do, it means that you cannot move that horizontal to another vertical. So it is self-refuting statement, because if your horizontal plane is a point, so you cannot compare this vertical at distance to that very plane, because it is only a point. Otherwise, you cannot move your verticals with that plane, because this plane is a point. So you are stuck in one point, and you can go nowhere with that. Therefore, you are not able to prove anything, because you need to be to compare two locations. And if your vertical is in one location and the horizontal is in that same location, you cannot prove anything. They don't understand that they just cutting off, by cutting off the horizontal plane, they are ipso facto not able to measure anything with distance. This is the same thing is with measurement to an angle to a curve. We went through that with flat earth math, Charles. So at the point 0, this is the only point where angle can be measured, which is impossible. And if you diverge or go away from that point, the angle will be different. So you need to go back to point 0. And at point 0, you cannot measure angle. So we are stuck in a circle. And they don't understand that by using this calculus, they are just making them not able to do anything. So this reduction to a point is, I would say, they are killing their own arguments, if they had one.
Yeah, that was a better described version of what I started with. That's exactly what I was meaning. It's all to a point. Exactly.
Yes, how you can measure something with distance if you have only a point? This is impossible by definition. So
they've been doing that for ages, though, and
Yeah,
that was the latest. Well, I mean, obviously, it was done for a reason when it was done, but I'm talking within this arena. It was done by Rumpus and George within their mathematical, and they pushed it within this, and now they're in it. Flat Earth math. He's taking it on board. He loves it. I know he'd be listening. And yeah, that's what they're stuck with. This point now, a point literally nothing. that's all they've ever had, and now they admit it, but they think that they can do loads with it. They think they can do everything with it.
That it's gone on so long and so crazy. It's like when you had your debate with PhD Tony, and he backed himself into a corner so much that he couldn't say what 6 squared was. He just couldn't vocalize it. He just said, I mean, he's an intelligent man. He knows what 6 squared is. He could have just said it. He just couldn't say it. He knew the argument, the falsity of his argument lay in that answer. He just said, "Oh, well, I don't know. I can't really think what 6 squared is. It's well, what does it matter? I don't need it anyway." Just those points of the argument just seemed totally ridiculous to me. Just there, you've got it there. That's where your falsity lies, and it's just so obvious, but they keep coming up with them. That's crazy. Educated people say those things.
Yes, because if you know logic, you can and you should reduce opponent's position into
absurdity.
Absurd. Yes.
Yes.
This is called
Yes,
reductio ad
exactly.
absurdum. Yes. So if someone is aware of that, he will cut off discussion earlier, because otherwise he would be exposed as stupid. So people like Brenda or Rumpus, they are cutting off early this topic, because they know that it will lead to absurd and they will be exposed. So skillful sophist will cut off discussion early. But someone like PH Tony, maybe he's not so skillful as sophist, so he doesn't know that it leads to absurd. So he's going on, and he recognizes that this is absurd just before he is going to say that absurd. So yes, and maybe sometimes he would say that, and it at the same moment he is going to be in state of aporia, and of course, and his behavior shows that some people react to aporia in that way. So he's going mad because he is trying to fight aporia. And people who are trying to fight aporia, they behave like PH Tony in his, let's say, hysterical manner. So, but it means that he is not skillful sophist, and this is a plus for him.
Yeah,
I think Flatsoy did the same, and he did it earlier, but he just hung on in there, just talking rubbish. He was a bit like Crash Bandicoot, throwing all these toys out behind you to trip you up. He's trying to cover his exit and hoping that it would come quickly, without him thinking he lost face. That was crazy, very amusing.
Yes, Flatsoid was just creating strawmans or red herrings every time where discussion would lead somewhere and he will be disproven, he was immediately creating strawman. So, and he was going with that on, and for me, after some time, it was just tedious to listen to that. Boring.
It was a wasted opportunity, because we could have had a conversation about actual proofs and made a positive change, but unfortunately, no. I don't think anybody can actually talk about it, I do believe that the entire flat Earth arena has been a complete setup, or maybe there's just a great deal of people that aren't willing to talk philosophically. Because it's hard, because in order for you to talk philosophically, you have to realize that there are some things that are not philosophical, right? You have to know that there are things that are known, because philosophy is about wonder, and there's no use wondering about things that are already known. It's pointless. Which the globe is actually doing. People are getting into conversations about things that are actually known and things that they can know about, but they're still stuck in the flat earth debate thing, a narrative that just leads them in these circular arguments.
Yeah, but because it keeps a conversation going on. And I cannot see any scientific purpose for that. It's just marketing, I would say. They have to keep this show going on. And
it's globe marketing, isn't it? I don't really like talking about it too much, but yeah, if you can push the globe, and they're not bothered about any way whatsoever, the moment you say the word, it triggers things in people's memories from childhood, and it's already there in the mind. That's as much as they need to do. They need to keep that going on and on and on, whether it's about whatever. But I'm you know, like I said, I came into it because of my kids. Now I know, for me, the hatred that I got and the response that I got from people like Fight the Flat Earth, I don't want to put that into my kid, you know, like, hopefully I haven't done that, but knowing that there are people out there like Fight the Flat Earth that do have kids, young kids, that are hearing that. There's no way they can't hear it. He is putting that into his kids, and that's why I came into this, to understand that aspect, and to get me to try thinking about, you know, what we're doing to the kids. Like the changes that have happened in my lifetime. Well, it's not even a lifetime, like half of it, really, 30 years, to get where I am now, from in technology and all of that, and thinking back what I had when I was my son's age. I mean, I didn't even have a mobile phone when I was his age. In reality, right? They weren't out. Didn't have them. So, like, the difference now, I was out on my bike doing all of that sort of stuff. He's not had a chance to do any of that. So much change. What does that do to people? There's no way he's going to be anything like me, because we just didn't have a similar upbringing at all. And that's not, you know, that's a social behavior in modern day. I can't imagine what it'll be like in the next few years.
That would be, I would say, not good, because I remember from my childhood, of course, I wrote a lot, and I'm talking about handwriting, which I think as a teacher also that it is very important that kids should handwrite as much as possible, because this training, this is not just hand training, but it is also, so I would say, even calligraphy. It is mind training. And in my childhood, there were no calculators yet. So I had to count everything by writing or in memory. And I had to remember more things than now childs needs to and need to. And so, in short, I had to do manually and mentally much more things in my school life, let's say, and real life. And now everything is done by computers, cell phones, calculators, whatever, or printers. So it is simplifying, of course, our life, but in young age we are just, or young people are just I would say disabled, but they are not doing things that I think they should do manually, and this is lost, which cannot be, I think, recovered, because it is not the same that you are trying to, let's say, learn calligraphy if you have 40 years. You're at 40, at the age of 40, because this is not the same. There is certain age, there are certain stages of your development as a person that people should do. For example, to read, to memorize even some poetry. Not because poetry is very intelligent. I don't like, but I like the idea of learning, let's say, poetry by heart, because it trains our intellect. So, and now young people are not doing that, or much less doing that. For example, if about handwriting, I cannot count how many notebooks I have wrote, like hundreds or whatever. Just for example, making notes from lesson of history. So in my college, so because I was very interested in history, especially ancient history. So if lecturer or professor had a lecture, for example, about ancient Greeks, that I was noting for 45 hours lesson, I am writing 45 hours. So that would be 5, 6, 7, 8 pages per lesson, that kind of lesson. And of course, I had to, if teacher was talking too fast, I had to make abbreviations of that. Because, for example, if I am writing some sentence and the teacher is ahead 3 sentences, so I will not match her pace, let's say. So I have to make abbreviations. So I have to rephrase what she said into shorter sentences and with the same meaning. So I learned ability to make notes because I was forced to do that, and I cannot see that now within my children education at all. That kind of ability or skill making notes
in anything.
Or anything, yes,
Yeah.
yes. In mathematics, for example, if they are, it is trigonometry, for example, it is not first grade now. So they are trying to make it by memorizing. But I've never, I cannot understand what trigonometry is by memorizing. Because I know, for example, that sine is a relationship between two sides. So opposite side of the angle plus hypotenuse. And because I understand that, I can understand what trigonometry is, not just learning by heart trigonometry table, because I still don't understand what trigonometry is. But if I understand that this is proportion between length of the sides, respectively, so sine is opposite plus hypotenuse, and cosine will be hypotenuse and adjacent to that angle, etc. And tangents would be two adjacent to right angle. So as I understand that, I understand what trigonometry is, but learning by heart that tangents, this is this number, and cotangents or whatever, this that number, it is not understanding. And I can see that children are learning by memorizing what they should understand. And it can be understood, but they are not learning in that way to understand. They are learning to memorize and repeat. And for me, it is just pointless. For example, learning trigonometry in that way. But they are learned that way. If you don't understand, just memorize that.
Yeah, I don't know. When I think back at all of that sort of stuff, I don't know what the learning in schools was for, because I did joinery, practical trade, so I learned more practically after that anyway. So the actual school process, not too sure what it actually taught me. It got me into thinking about how you were taught in school and what you were taught. And it's more the procedure that you go under, that programming system that gets you into the development of how you learn. That's what the education system's about nowadays.
You just got to memorize now.
Yeah.
That's it. And not really internalize anything, just to pass a test.
Yeah, we will be going over the trivium and that sort of stuff. I think it's so necessary to be able to go back over that old stuff.
But
yes, sorry, carry
on. At the same time, they are creating, for example, study like university, for example, nearly pedicure or whatever, or gardening, or so you have degree as manicure or pedicure at some.
Yeah.
So for me, this is or a gardening arrangement or whatever it is called. It has, of course, very scientific name for that. I don't know how it works in English, but still, for me, this is just a joke. To have degree in gardening or whatever, or arrangement of house, or so. So what? And this is just science. This you have degree in science for that. For me, this is just a mockery.
Yeah. It's nice to hear you speak, Paper. It's nice. You're talking about poetry, and it's funny because I used to write a lot of poetry and stuff a while back, and one has come to me a lot, as keeps coming up since I've been listening here and been involved with this arena, if you like, on the level arena. And there's a poem. I don't know if I can share it with you. It's that I wrote. It's kind of about this. Maybe you won't find it intelligent either. I'll do it. It's called "Don't It Hurt So Bad in Love City." You'd steal me, strip me, leave me shell-like, naked, then tie me to your pattern of this world and have me hanging like a shrunken head. The prize you'd show of the trap of your head. Would not give a damn for that you call humanity. I fight you, bite you, in peaceful relaxation to stop you, taking away this I, this only true possession. Mental etc. Battlefield of mind. Where's peace? Real peace. Where's space? Where what is mine is yours and mine, and never a second thought for sharing. You have me running sometimes, but I come stinging back, futile vengeance of spirit. Still, you had no thing at all. But we must meet if our paths truly cross. Yes, we will meet if you are lost. We'll become each other when we meet. We will know we have met. Mysterious, unfathomable reaches of mind. Where can we be with our own kind? Where there's nothing to say. All will be known. And there we'll find our own true home. Meanwhile, you'll steal me, strip me, leave me shell-like, naked, and not free. That's it.
Oh. Lyricist.
I don't know if this is intelligent or not. But you're the first people I've ever shared that with, so.
Nice.
But it came from, it rose in me again from here.
It belongs to rhetoric, how to speak.
Yeah.
So I would say
and this
that,
is a thing that people aren't learning either.
Yeah, so poetry, for example, now it is somehow different because people in different times created different type of poetry, and I would say that poetry changed definition through times. Because, for example, in ancient Greek, it was like rhythmic patterns. So, and now poetry has different restrictions, let's say. But still, when I was talking about poetry, like people, young people were obliged to memorize poems. the good of this thing was that you had to memorize some longer thought. So not just one sentence, but like page or 10 sentences to 20 sentences written as one thought, and it was long. And of course, not necessarily at young age need to understand everything, but you can. But you can grasp the whole long speech. And now I can see on my children's also that they cannot hold, let's say, they cannot focus too long. So if someone is speaking too long and make longer inference, they break at, for example, at half, and they don't understand because they cannot focus anymore. So there is problem with focusing, mind focusing, let's say, and they lose that. I can, for example, focus like someone is talking 45 minutes and have lecture. I can focus full 45 minutes. It takes some effort, but I need that because I want to argue with the lecturer or whatever. So I need to grasp the whole. And now people are just switching off. So if someone is speaking too long, they cannot grasp the whole. So the whole argumentation, it is too long, too complicated. They cannot recollect what he said at the beginning, and therefore they don't understand conclusion, because there is too long between thesis, for example, and conclusion. And this lack of focus is just because of lack of training, because you can train focus, mind focusing, but now in school people are not trained in long focusing, mental focusing. So for me it is just sign of our times, but it's I would say lack of education. I was learned that how to focus, and for example, music is very good example, because I taught music for many years, and it is very well known thing that you cannot learn music without focusing your will for a long time, because this is what exercise in music is. If you have to train, for example, for 3 hours playing instrument, you have to be focused for 3 hours to learn something. If you are not focused, you will not learn. So musicians know that without that, they will go nowhere. But the same thing is with any science, logic, philosophy, mathematics. You need to focus for sometimes for a long time. And I can say from my experience, at least, that young people are not taught how to focus their mind. And this is what I can observe. And this is sad for me, because it means that they will not understand as much as they could if they were trained to focus well. By the way, this YouTube and this all stuff that young people now have on the cell phones, computers, etc. This is, I can see that as distraction. Everything to make young people mind out focused, distracted. So it is quite opposite of focusing. So for me, this new generation is based on YouTube, this films, short films, comic books, or this just films, let's say, that it is out focusing mind, distracting, shouting people in films, loud music, etc. So everything to distract mind.
Feels like a conscious act from they, wherever it's come. It's not just accidental technology or accidental. It feels like it's a conscious act to dumb down education so that they're not focused anymore.
Yeah,
and that
yeah.
they're more controlled, more controllable.
Yes, I agree. Yeah. The problem is that, for example, for me as a father, I cannot do much about that.
No, that's frustrating.
Yeah.
It's a
I
difficult
cannot
situation. Yeah.
I cannot just take away cell phone from my son, because everyone in his class has cell phone, of course. So he will be degraded, and he will say that I am unjust.
Yeah.
So I can, and just it, and in fact, I cannot control his whole time when he is with his cell phone. So I have to agree that part of his, let's say, education through cell phone is completely out of my control.
Yeah.
Also. So, and this is what I cannot. Yes, I cannot control that. So I have no influence. Partially. So I have very little influence, in fact, on his education and his growing up mentally.
No.
And yes.
No, I find it very difficult sometimes, to do that, or to live with that that thing as a parent. You're letting them go into this abyss of uselessness, but to try and do anything about it, resist, because like you say, is seen as being an authoritarian, or stopping them from living or having fun or what have you. And it's more than a generational thing where some parents at one time said, Elvis, what do you listen to that for? That's crazy. There's the difference in the generations, as parents might do to a teenager or a young person who doesn't understand this new world. It's different to that. It's not that anymore. It's not like, we don't understand. And I'm aware that, we're each generation has its particular energy, its particular feeling that we couldn't possibly understand in the essence of it because we're not in it. So I do understand this disconnect from who are you as a group, as this new generation, consciousness of this generation. I understand I tell them, there's a bits that I can never be involved in because I don't know what it is. I can try and understand, but as you won't understand my experience and the energy that we came to be from the influences that we had. So, but even so, it's a very difficult position, which I don't think it's happened before. and as a parent, you kind of feel like you should be there to protect them and from this craziness and feel really impotent to do anything. Well, they
Yes,
steal them away.
and another difference is between these new generations, let's say cell phone generations, and for example me. In my childhood, when I disagreed with, for example, with my parents or with my father, we were both talking about reality because there were no video games, no such things. So if we disagreed about reality, because it was only thing we could disagree because. But now I cannot disagree, for example, with my son because he sees things in his phone cell. I don't know what things he sees, but he is seeing things. He thinks that it is true, for example, and then I can discuss with him or disagree with him what he saw on some channel, for example. But this is not talking about reality. This is not reality.
Yes.
It's just madhouse.
I had just this conversation the same with my daughter yesterday. Yeah. That you just, the things that tell you that you're not having a good time or you're not having the life that you should have is an illusion. You're being sold an illusion that things are better over there, or there's more money over there, there's a better lifestyle, or there's more holidays or clothes or whatever. They're just being sold. I think you're just being sold an illusion. People aren't any more happy. It's just you now think that that's what you should have. That's not reality. We're here, right? You're looking for something that doesn't exist. It's not in this village. It's not in this town. It's not with your school friends. It's somewhere else that isn't in reality. And I can't help you to go there. I can't help you at all. Yeah. If it's your friends who are 5 miles, 10 miles away, you want to go and hang out with after school, well, I'll take you. I'll take you and give you access. But I can't, if they aren't your friends or they aren't the people you want to be in, I can't give you access to this illusory world. It's an imagination. And that was the disconnect in that, like you just as you described, non-reality.
Yeah, and by the way, for example, in old times, for example, let's say someone is buying new car, expensive car, but and he desires it, and he is proud of this car, and he can show this car to his friend, but he's showing real thing. But now kids are showing pictures in cell phones. My picture is better. No, my picture is better. But it doesn't exist. Of course, picture exists, but this thing that they have in this picture, it does not exist because it's just I don't know, new Spider-Man suit or whatever.
Yeah.
So still these pictures are not depicting any reality, because if you are showing me, for example, picture of your real car, at least you can show me your real car. But they are showing to themselves pictures of non-existing things in some comic books or computer games or whatever. Or just arguing in Minecraft, for example, I build better house. No, I build better bassoon or whatever. So they are treating this like reality. So it's just scary for me. Scary.
Yes, it is scary. Yeah, it's scary. Yeah, but I experience that more with my sons, really. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's much
Yeah,
more
I agree.
difficult. I don't know why my daughter's different because I'm emotional. I can communicate with them on an emotional level as meaning, you know. I mean, I can with my son too, but there's also a practical level that you know should exist there. And I was there last week helping him to do something, and I remember when he was a child, and I'd say, "Here, he had a puncture on his bicycle." And I said, "Here, I'll show you how to fix it." And he wasn't interested at all. He really resisted it and fought it. And I said, "Well, I'm not going to fight you over it. That's not the relationship I want with you. You know, if you're interested in coming, I'll show you. You know, but if I teach you how to fix this, then the tools are over there, and then you'll be able to do it, and you'll be free." And in my mind, it was for the future that he would have an ability that he could feel something practical that he could do, and he would see how things worked and just have a natural feel for it. But he wasn't interested at all. He wasn't interested in it was just an argument, really. So I let it go, and then the years have gone by, and last week I was helping him do something, and he still doesn't know how to do it, you know. And he wishes now that he did know, he does know, and he'd like to know now. And I said, you know, we could have been doing this years ago. He said, "Oh yeah, it was too confusing. I just didn't want to do it." I said, "Well, I've waited since that moment that I asked, that I wanted to show you how to fix your puncture. I had to suspend myself and wait. And here we are. It's taken all these years, and I've had to wait because I knew this time would come. And here we are, where you're willing to hear me and share. I can share something with you. But it's been a long time just to come to that place, really. And there's lots of young guys I see who don't have any practical ability at all. None. No common sense, or they don't look at something, and maybe I'm just unusual, but that, you know, they don't look at something and understand how it works somehow, you know, or have an interest in even learning anything that way. I haven't really met many kids who really are interested in learning how to do something.
Yeah,
Very different.
I would say that I have the same problem. This disinterest for learning. This is for me. It is sad. Maybe I am just a rare example. I don't know, but from childhood, I was always interested in learning anything. So if I didn't understand something, I had to learn because it was like ambition, not for any profit.
No.
For example, in music, if something was too difficult for me, I had to learn that, even if it was out beyond my level, my current level of, let's say, piano technique to play. Just this piece of music was too difficult, obviously. But I said I had to learn it because I like this piece very much. So even if it is too difficult at that time for me, I will practice this as much time as I need to learn it. And without any practical profit for that. It was not for job, not for anything. Just for me. I have to learn this because I need to know. I need this piece to be practiced because I will be happy if I know that I am learned and that's it. And I cannot see in my children that kind of interest, that pursuit for knowledge, for skill in something, just not present, and that's troubling me.
Yeah, exactly the same. Yeah, because there's also the aspect of feeling like you fail as a parent in those moments somehow, and having to come to terms with that, or balance that, or let it go, or what? How do you deal with that? However you deal with that, you have to faced with that. I haven't taught them something. I haven't been that person, that parent. In that kind of role, you can't fulfill it somehow.
Okay, sorry. This is time to bed for me.
Yes, me too.
Yeah.
I was thinking that too.
Good night. Good night.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's been a wonderful.
Also, good night.
Yeah.
See you later.
Yeah, take care.
Yeah, we're gonna do a sign out. Tomorrow we'll be recording the Dorothy Sayers. I think we'll get that out. Not live though, so come on into Discord. See you there. I've got a Buster song ready. Okay. See you tomorrow.
It is probably the single most important mathematical idea of all. The notion of proof by circle and line or ruler and compass construction means that geometry can be known about in a way that is different from knowing about physical things, and so makes geometry epistemically differentiated. Furthermore, starting from circles and lines alone and constructing a relationship using circles and lines alone makes the conclusions certain in a way that nothing else was at the time. In geometric reasoning, the argument and the conclusions were made supremely clear and evident to the senses. Indeed, the concept of proof, a mechanism that gave a warrant for claiming geometry to be perfectly and absolutely true, made geometry the very paradigm of what we mean true and certain knowledge to be. In effect, in our understanding of nature, true means true, like geometry is true.
Come go with me. Open your mind. Was all I ever knew. Finding the knowledge of the real world starts with the point of which has no parts. These are the axioms of life.
True.
And I take my chances with the old ways, finding the proofs in geometry. And I don't care what all the sophists say. I find the proofs in reality. They were right.
We call this
We know that they were right.
True. We call this proof. Like geometry is true.
Starting with circles and lines alone, constructing the nature of what's known.
We call this
conclusions are clear and the evidence seen. This 3D space works perfectly. And I take my chances with the old ways, finding the proofs in geometry. And I don't care what all the sophists say. I find the proofs in reality.
Geometry is true. Perfectly, absolutely.
And all around you is sinking sand. You have a place on which to stand. Foundations were already built for you.
Absolutely true.
Open your mind. And I'll take my chances with the older ways, hearing the words of what the ancients sound like sorcery, but there's wisdom in all honesty. Come go with me, open your mind. Come go with me, we'll find the truth.
True.